Was it muted? Oh, no, there it is. Hi, everybody. Hello, hello. Hi. I'm still setting up a little bit here, but I don't think anybody's here yet, so we're good. Let's lock that in place so I don't end up moving that again. Let's see. I need to get the book on screen here. Where is that? Video. There it is. Turn that on. We'll be lurking. Have fun time, Pixie. That's okay, Jimbo. Hi, welcome to stream. How are you doing? Hi. Let's see. Let me make sure this has got the thing on screen here. Okay. No, too many things. I appreciate you being here, Jimbo, even if it's just lurking. That's fine. That's fine. Let's see here. I'm just messing with the book. There's the book. Now let's see. Where's the chat? Where's the chat? Chat box, why you no work? Oh, chat box being dumb again. Gotta fix that up real quick. Actually, you know what? We'll just keep the old chat box up here. Where is the chat box? No, too many things to manage. Help. Okay, let's put that on top of this. Maybe put it over here. Maybe here. No, maybe here. Yeah, we'll move it over here. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have it there. I am disorganized as heck, but yeah. Let's see. Don't mind me, I'm still doing setup stuff. Allie! Hi. Welcome to stream. How are you doing today? Hello. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. Don't mind me, guys. I'm still doing some last minute setup stuff, so I apologize for that. Let me move this up here. Maybe, oh. Yeah, there. There we go. Wait, oh, now it's on top of me. I didn't think this through. I did not think this through. Heck. Maybe I'll make it that small. Yeah, that's fine. I'm fiddling with things. Sorry, guys. But also, happy Halloween, everybody! Happy Halloween! Hope you guys are having a good one. I am disorganized as usual. We'll put this, I don't know. Maybe actually I'll just turn the chat box off for now. Yeah, I think I'll just turn it off since I don't have room for it on the screen currently. It's fine. This is fine. You're toontastic, yay! I'm glad you're doing okay, Jimbo. That's good to hear. Okay, I think I got everything set up now. I'm gonna turn the music down just a wee bit, unless it's too. Are the music levels good for you guys or not? Let me know if anything's too loud, if I'm too loud, if the music is too quiet. Had a super fun time for Halloween yesterday, first shooting with pals. Oh, fun! Oh, fun times. That's nice. I'm glad you had a fun time. I'm going to, real quick, I'm going to remove this banner here and these balloons. Unlock those. Okay. I'm going to move these balloons actually down here. I'm going to just move this banner completely out of the way. Yeah, this is gonna go in the trash. I can go in the trash. Where's the trash? There it is. Get in there. Okay. And I'm gonna close that. Okay, there we go. There we go, guys. And let me lock everything in place. Bum. Thank you so much for the follow, Erica. Erica, welcome to the trash. I can't talk today. Welcome to the Trash Panda Army. Blah, blah, blah. That's not good because it's supposed to be an ASMR stream. Oh no. But anywho, let's go. We're gonna read some Goosebumps today for Halloween. I hope you guys are looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this. I've actually never read any of the Goosebumps books, so this will be fun. Wasn't allowed to, you know. But yeah, let's see. This is Attack of the Jank. I have 3 of them planned to read today. I hope we can get all 3 of them done, but we'll see. So this is Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns. It says, put one head in front of the other. Let's see here. Where are you going, Elf? Dad called from the den. Don't call me Elf, I shouted back. My name's Drew. Dad thinks it's real cute to call me Elf, but I hate it. He calls me Elf because I'm tiny for a 12-year-old. And I have short, straight black hair and a sort of pointy chin and a pointy little nose. If you looked like an elf, would you want people calling you an elf? Of course not. One day, my best friend, Walker Parks, heard my dad call me an elf. So Walker tried it. What's up, Elf? Walker said. I stomped on Walker's foot as hard as I could, and he never called me that again. Where are you going, Drew? Dad called from the den. Ow! I told him, and slammed the front door behind me. I like to keep my parents guessing. I try never to give them a straight answer. You might say I'm a mischievous as an elf, but if you said it, I'd stomp on your foot too. I'm tough. Ask anyone. They'll tell you that Drew Brockman is tough. When you're the shrimpiest girl in your class, you've got to be tough. Actually, I wasn't going anywhere. I was waiting for my friends to come to my house. I walked down to the street and to watch for them. I took a deep breath. The people in the corner house had a fire going in their fireplace. The white smoke floated out from the chimney. It smelled so sweet and piney. I love autumn. It means Halloween is on the way. Halloween is my favorite holiday. I guess I like it so much because it gives me a chance to look like someone else or something else. It's the one night of the year I don't have to look like a pointy-chinned me. But I have a problem with Halloween. 2 kids in my class are the problem. Tabitha Weiss and Lee Winston. I posted one of the pics in your server, I think, but I got so many good pics. Oh, yeah, I did see the picture. Yeah, it was nice. Looked like you were having fun. Let's see here. Let's see. 2 kids in my class are a problem. Tabitha Weiss and Lee Winston. For the past 2 years, Tabitha and Lee have totally ruined Halloween for Walker and me. I'm so angry about it. Walker is angry too. Our favorite holiday ruined because of those 2 stuck-up kids who think they can do whatever they want. Grrr! Just thinking about it makes me want to punch someone. My other friends, Shane and Shanna Martin, are upset about it too. Shane and Shanna are brother and sister, twins my age. They live in the house next door, and we hang out a lot. Shane and Shanna don't look like anyone else I know. They both have very round faces with curl ringlets of blonde hair. They have red cheeks and cheery smiles, and they're both short and kind of chunky. Shane and Shayna don't look like anyone else I know. Oh wait, did I just read that? Oops. My dad says they're roly-poly. Dad always thinks of something icky to say about everyone. Well, your dad's toxic. Let's see. Anyway, the twins are as angry as Walker and me about Tabby and Lee. And this Halloween, we're going to do something about it. Only we don't know what we're going to do. That's why they're coming over to my house to discuss it. How did the Tabby and Lee problem start? Well, I have to go back 2 years to explain it to you. I remember it so clearly. Walker and I were 10. We were just hanging out in front of my house. Walker had his bike on its side and was doing something to the spikes on one wheel. It was a beautiful autumn day. Down the block, someone was burning a big pile of leaves. It's against the law here in Riverdale. My dad always threatens to call the police when someone burns leaves, but I love the smell. Walker was fiddling with his bike, and I was watching him. I forget what we were talking about. I glanced up, and there stood Tabby and Lee. Tabby looked as perfect as always. Little Miss Perfect. That's what Dad calls her, and for once he's right. The wind was blowing pretty hard, but her long, straight, blonde hair stayed in place. It didn't fly out all over her head like mine did. Tabby has perfect, creamy white skin and perfect green eyes that sparkle a lot. She is very pretty, and she knows it. Sometimes it takes all my strength not to shake both hands in her hair and mess it all up. Lee is tall and good-looking, with with dark brown eyes and a great warm smile. Lee is African American, and he sort of struts when he walks in and acts real cool, like the rappers on MTV. That's so bad. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? That's so bad. The girls, I didn't think there was going to be racism, but okay, here we go. The girls at school all think he's terrific, but I can never understand a word he says. That's because he always has a huge wad of green apple bubble gum in his mouth. Lee stared down at Walker's bike and mumbled something. Hey, I said, what's up, guys? Tabby made a disgusted face and pointed a finger at me. Drew, you have something hanging out from your nose, she said. Oh, I shot my hand up and rubbed the bottom of my nose. Nothing there. Sorry, Tabby snickered. It looked like you did. Tabby and Lee both laughed. Tabby is always playing mean jokes like that on me. She knows I'm self-conscious about my looks, so I always fall for her dumb tricks. Nice bike, Lee mumbled to Walker. How many speeds? It's a 12 speed, Walker told him. Lee sneered. Mine's a 42 speed. Huh? Walker jumped to his feet. There's no such thing as a 42 speed, he cried. Mine is, Lee insisted, still sneering. It's specially made. He blew a big green bubblegum bubble. It's hard to do while you're sneering. I wanted to pop it all over his smug face, but he stepped back and popped it himself. Did you get a haircut? Tabby asked me, studying my windblown hair. No, I replied. I didn't think so, she said. She smoothed her perfect hair back with one hand. Urgh! I couldn't help it. I balled my hands into fists and let out an angry growl. I growl a lot. Sometimes I don't even know I'm doing it. Lee said something. Bubblegum juice ran down his chin. Excuse me? I don't know what voice I'm supposed to be doing for Drew. I guess I'll just do my normal voice since Drew is the narrator. I'm having a Halloween party. Oh, I'm having a Halloween party, he repeated. My heart started to pound. A real Halloween party? I demanded, with everyone in costumes and hot apple cider and games and bobbing for apples and scary stories? Lee nodded. Yes, a real Halloween party at my house on Halloween night. You guys want to come? Sure, Walker and I replied. Big mistake. Real big mistake. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. I will. Let me get my water here. Water. No. Hold on. Let me go grab the water. My model's gonna freak out for a sec. But hold on. Sorry about that. I got the water. Oh yeah, it's an ASMR stream, so you get to listen to me drink water. It's nice and cold and refreshing. Okay, I'll put that over here. You're welcome. Oh no, the water's running away. Okay, let's see here. Oh, sorry, I bumped the mic. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I bumped the mic. Okay. Let's see. The Halloween party was already crowded with kids from school when Walker and I showed up. Lee's parents had orange and black streamers strung up all over the living room. 3 huge jack-o'-lanterns grinned at us from the window seat by the front window. Of course, Tabby was the first person I ran into. Even in costume, she wasn't hard to recognize. She was dressed as a princess. Perfect? She wore a frilly pink princess-type gown with a long puffy sleeves and a high lacy collar, and she had her blonde hair pinned with a sparkly rhinestone tiara in it. She smiled her lipstick lips at me. Is that you, Drew? She asked, pretending she didn't recognize me. What are you supposed to be, a mouse? No, I protested. I'm not a mouse, I'm a Klingon. Don't you ever watch Star Trek? Tabby snickered. Are you sure you're not a mouse? Oh my god. She turned and walked away. She had a pleased smile on her face. She gets such a thrill from insulting me. I growled under my breath and searched for someone else to talk to. I found Shane and Shayna in front of the fireplace. The twins were easy to recognize. They were both big, puffy white snowmen. Excellent costumes, I greeted them. They wore 2 white snowballs, one big snowball over their bodies, a smaller snowball over their heads. The snowman faces had eye holes in them, but I couldn't tell Shane from Shayna. What's the snow made of? I asked. Styrofoam, Shane answered. Oh, Styrofoam, Shane answered. She has a high, squeaky voice, so now I knew who was who. We carved them out of big blocks of it. Cool, I said.
Great party, huh?
Shane chimed in.
Everyone from our class is here. Did you see Brenna Morse's costume? She sprayed her whole body with silver spray paint. Her face and hair, too.
What's she supposed to be? I demanded, searching the crowded room for her. Silver Surfer?
No, I think the Statue of Liberty, Shane replied. She was carrying a plastic torch.
Hey, Matt. Welcome to stream. How are you doing today? We're reading Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns right now. From a Goosebumps series. Yes. Let's see here. A loud crackle in the fireplace made me jump. Most of the lights were off, giving the room a dark Halloween mood. The fire made long shadows dance over the floor. I turned and saw Walker making his way to us. My entire body was wrapped in... his entire body was wrapped in bandages and gauze. He was a mummy.
I'm in trouble,
he announced. What's your problem?
What's your problem?
Shane asked.
My mom did a terrible wrapping job, Walker complained. I'm coming unraveled.
He struggled to retie the loose bandages around his neck.
Ah! He let out an angry cry. The whole thing is coming undone.
Are you wearing clothes underneath? Shayna asked. Shane and I laughed. I pictured Walker huddled in the middle of the party in his underwear, piles of bandages at his feet.
Yes, I've got my clothes on underneath the costume, Walker replied, but if these bandages all come undone, I'll fall on my face.
Hey, what's up? Lee interrupted. He wore a Batman costume, but I recognized his dark eyes under the mask, and I recognized his voice.
Awesome party, Shayna said.
Yeah, awesome, I repeated. Lee started to reply, but a thunderous crash made everyone gasp. We all froze. What was that? Lee cried. The crowded room grew silent. I heard another crash. Bumping sounds. Low voices. I'm making the sound effects too, okay, guys? I hope you appreciate that. It's coming from the basement, Lee stammered. He pulled off the Batman mask. His bushy hair fell over his face, but I could see his frightened expression. We all turned to the open doorway at the far end of the living room. Beyond the doorway, stairs led down to Lee's basement. Oh, Lee gasped as we heard another crash, then heavy footsteps. Up the basement stairs. Someone is in the house, Lee shrieked in terror. Someone has broken in! Mom! Dad! Lee cried. His voice rang out shrilly in the silent living room. The rest of us had all frozen in place. A shiver ran down my back as I listened to the heavy footsteps treading up the stairs. Mom! Dad! Help! Lee called again, his eyes bulging with fear. No reply. He took off toward their bedroom at the back of the house. Mom! Dad! I started to run after him, but he returned to the living room a few seconds later, his whole body trembling. My parents! They're gone! Call the police! Someone shouted. Yes! Call 911!
Yes! Call 911!
Walker screamed. Lee hurled to the phone beside the couch. His foot kicked over a can of Pepsi on the rug. He didn't even notice. He grabbed the phone receiver and jammed it into his ear. I saw him push the emergency number. But then he turned to us and let the fall from his hand. It's dead! The line is dead! Sorry for being late. I just got done with dinner. Oh, that's okay. Dentist appointment made it a bit later than usual. Ah, that's alright. I appreciate you coming in. Happy Halloween, by the way. Let's see here. Some kids gasped. A few cried out. I turned to Walker and opened my mouth to speak. But before I could get a sound out, 2 bulky fingers burst out from the basement doorway. No! Lee let out a horrified howl. Tabby stepped up and huddled close behind him. Her heavily made up eyes were wide with fright. She grabbed Lee's arm. The two intruders moved quickly into the living room entrance and blocked the doorway. One of them had a blue wool ski mask pulled down over his face, and the other wore a rubber gorilla mask. They both wore black leather jackets over black jeans. "Party time," the gorilla shouted in a gruff voice. He laughed a cruel laugh. "Party time, everyone." Several kids cried out, "Ah!" My heart started to pound in my chest. I suddenly felt hot and cold at the same time. "Who are you?" Lee demanded over the frightened scream and cries of some kids. "How did you get in? Where are my parents?" "Parents?" the guy in the ski mask replied. He had bright blue eyes, almost as blue as the wool mask that covered his face. "Do you have parents?" They both laughed. "Hey, Steve, welcome to stream. How are you doing today?" Kids were vicious glad I made it out alive. The blue eyes, white dragon. Blue eyes, right? This is actually kind of scary, like a home invasion in a kid's book. This is actually kind of scary for kids, I can imagine. "Where are they?" Lee cried. "I think they ran away when they saw us coming," the guy said through the ski mask. Lee swallowed hard. A tiny gulping sound escaped his throat. Tabby stepped in front of him. "You can't come in here," she shouted angrily to the two intruders. "We're having a party." The gorilla turned to his partner and laughed. They both laughed loudly, tossing back their heads. "It's our party now," the gorilla announced. "We're taking over." Hushed gasps rang out around the room. My legs suddenly felt rubbery and weak. I grabbed Walker's shoulder to keep from collapsing. What are you going to do?" Tabby demanded. "Everybody down on the floor," the guy in the ski mask ordered. "You can't do this," Tabby screamed. "We're just kids," someone else cried. "Are you going to rob us? We don't have any money." I saw Shane and Shauna huddled together by the fireplace. Their faces were hidden by the snowman costumes, but I knew they must have been terrified too. "Down on the floor!" both intruders screamed. The room echoed with heavy thuds and the rustle of costumes as we obediently dropped to the floor. "You too!" the gorilla screamed at Shane and Shayna. "It's impossible! How could we get down in these big snowballs?" Shayna cried. "Get down on the floor anyway," the gorilla ordered nastily. "Get down or we'll push you down," the ski mask guy threatened. I watched Shane and Shayna struggle to lower themselves to the floor. They had to pull off their bottom snowballs to get onto their knees. Shayna's snowball broke in half as she worked to pull it off. "Okay, push-ups everybody," the gorilla ordered. "Huh?" Confused cries rose up through the room. "Push-ups," the gorilla repeated. "You all know how to do push-ups, right?" How many do we have? How many do we have to do?" Walker asked. He knelt close beside me on the rug in front of the coffee table. "Do them for a couple of hours," the ski mask guy replied. "Hours?" several kids cried out. "A few hours of push-ups will get you all warmed up," the gorilla said. "Then we'll think of something harder for you to do." "Yeah, much harder," his partner added. They both burst out laughing again. "You can't do this!" I screamed. My voice came out high and tiny like a little mouse voice. "Hi, Winter. Welcome to stream. How are you doing today?" They're gonna steal all their candy? Oh my gosh, they might. Other kids protested too. I turned to the door. The guy in the ski mask had moved into the living room, but the gorilla was still blocking any escape. "Get started," the gorilla ordered. "Or we'll make it 3 hours," his partner added. So what are these guys like doing to stop these kids from like totally just like rushing them and like punching them? Do they have a gun or like what's going on? They're just kind of here, and they're not. The book's not telling me if they have weapons or what. What do you guys think? How are they? I mean, is it just because they're adults that they're intimidating? Is that it? Because I think like 10 or 12 kids could probably take down 2 full-grown men if they tried.
We can't do this. We can't do this for 2 hours, Walker protested breathlessly. We'll faint.
Oh wait, I've skipped over text. I heard a lot of groans and complaints, but we all dropped onto our stomachs and started doing push-ups. What choice did we have?
We can't do this for 2 hours, Walker protested breathlessly. We'll faint.
He raised and dropped, close beside me on the floor. His mummy costume was unraveling with each move he made. Faster, the gorilla ordered. Come on, speed it up. I had done only 4 or 5 push-ups, and my arms already started to ache. I don't get much exercise except for bike riding and swimming in the summer. There was no way I'd last more than 10 or 15 minutes. I raised my eyes to the front of the room and saw a sight that made me cry out in shock. Hey, Souls Q, welcome! Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween to you too! How are you doing? Are you having a good day, I hope? Yeah, we're reading some Goosebumps. We're reading Attack of the Jack-O-Lanterns. Walker, look, I whispered.
Huh?
He groaned. I poked Walker in the side. He lost his balance and hit the floor.
Hey, Drew, what's your problem?
He groaned. We both turned our eyes to the doorway, and saw to our surprise that Tabby and Lee weren't down on the floor with the rest of us. They had joined the 2 intruders in front of the doorway, and they both had wide, gleeful grins on their faces. I stopped the push-ups and raised myself to my knees. I saw Lee start to laugh. Tabby joined him. She laughed so hard her tiara shook. They slapped each other a high five. All around me on the floor, some kids were working anyways, pushing themselves up and then down, up then down, groaning and grunting as they obediently did their push-ups. But Walker and I had stopped. We were both on our knees, watching Tabby and Lee. The 2 creeps were laughing and celebrating. I was about to cry out in anger when the 2 intruders tugged off their masks. I instantly recognized the boy with the gorilla mask. He was Todd Jeffrey, a high school kid who lives next door to Lee. I knew the ski mask kid too. His name was Joe something or other. He is a friend of Todd's. Wait, so this is just another 2, older kids? Todd brushed off his coppery hair back off his forehead. His head was wet, his face was red, and he was sweating. I guess it was hot inside that rubber mask. Joe tossed his ski mask to the floor. He shook his head, laughing at us. Oh, a joke, guys, he called out. Happy Halloween! All the other kids had stopped the push-ups, but no one had moved from the floor. I guess we were too shocked to stand up. Haha, it's just a joke. We gave you PTSD. Haha, so funny. Oh, now you gotta go to therapy. Ha. Oh, man. Yeah, you're gonna get sued. These kids are gonna get sued. All the other kids had stopped the push-ups, but no one had moved from the floor. I guess we were all too shocked to stand up. Just a party joke, Liam chimed in, grinning. Did we scare you? Tabby asked coyly. I let out the loudest growl I ever growled. I wanted to leap up, grab the tiara off Princess Tabby's head, and wrap it around her neck. Todd and Joe slapped each other a high five. They picked up cans of Pepsi and tilted them over their mouths. You can get up now, Lee announced, snickering. Wow, you guys look so scared. Tabby cried gleefully. I guess we really fooled you.
I don't believe this,
Walker muttered, shaking his head. The wrapping had fallen from his face. Bandages dropped loosely over his shoulder.
I really don't believe this. What a mean, rotten joke.
I climbed up shakily and helped Walker to his feet. I heard Shane and Shayna grumbling behind us. Their costumes were totally wrecked. Kids were grumbling and complaining. Tabby and Lee were the only ones laughing. No one else thought the joke was the least bit funny. I started across the room to tell the 2 creeps what I thought of their dumb joke, but Lee's parents burst in the room, pulling off their coats. We went to the next door to the Jeffreys, Lee's mom announced. Then she saw Todd. Oh, hi, Todd. We were just at your house visiting your parents. What are you doing over here? Helping Lee out with the party? Kind of, Todd replied, grinning. How's the party going? Lee's dad asked. Great, Lee told him. Just great, Dad. And that's how Tabby and Lee ruined Halloween 2 years ago. Walker and I, and Shayna and Shane and Shayna too, were all really upset. No, we were more than upset. We were furious. Halloween is our favorite holiday, and we don't like to see it ruined because of a mean practical joke. So last year, we decided to get even. Oh, that's a bad idea, kids. I hate it when people pull pranks thinking they're funny, but they're actually incredibly rude. See, like, pranks, I feel like most pranks are actually just to be mean to people. I don't feel like most pranks are good. I feel like the only kind of pranks that are okay and funny are the kind where nobody gets hurt and it's just like, oh, you tricked me, ha ha ha. But like most pranks are just done out of malice. I feel like I really hate the videos online where it's like a husband like scaring his wife or kids. And he's like, haha, I got you, you're so stupid. And I'm just kind of like, it's not funny, bro. But that's how I feel about most pranks, is that they're dumb. It's very few pranks that I actually enjoy watching people do. Let's see.
We need special decorations, Shayna said. Not the same old pumpkins and skeletons. Yeah, something scarier, Shane chimed in.
I think jack-o'-lanterns are pretty scary, I insisted, especially when you put candles in them, and their dark faces light up with those jagged, evil grins. Jack-o'-lanterns are babyish, Walker argued. No one is afraid of jack-o'-lantern. Shayna is right. If we're gonna scare Tabby and Lee, we need something better. It was a week before Halloween. The four of us were hard at... Really? Really? Thank you for the bits. Sorry. Where was I? Let's see here. It was a week before Halloween. The four of us were hard at work at my house. We were working on my Halloween party. Yes, last year the party was at my house. Why did I decide to have the party? For one reason. For revenge. Oh, wait. So this is... Okay, the timeline's confusing me. So 2 years ago, we had the party where Tabby and Lee were dumb. And then the year after, this is the revenge party. Okay, got it. And this one's at Drew's house. Okay, I'm keeping track. Don't worry. Let's see. For revenge on Tabby and Lee, Walker, Shane, and Shayna and I have spent the entire year talking about it, dreaming up plans, dreaming up the most frightening scares we could imagine. We didn't want to pull a mean joke like having people break into the house. That was too mean and too frightening. Okay, Drew knows what's up. Some of my friends still have bad dreams about guys in ski masks and gorilla masks. See, you gave the kids PTSD. Why did you do that? That is not a prank. That is traumatizing children. The four of us didn't want to terrify all of our guests. We just wanted to embarrass Tabby and Lee and scare them out of their skins. Now, a week before the big night, we were sitting around my living room after dinner. We should have been doing homework, but Halloween was too near. We had no time for homework. We had to spend all of our time making evil plans. Evil plans. Shane and Shayna had a lot of really frightening ideas. They both looked so sweet and innocent, but once you get to know them, they're pretty weird. Walker and I wanted to keep our scares simple. The simpler, the scarier. That's what we thought. I wanted to drop fake Hold on. I gotta get the blah blahs out. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I wanted to drop fake cobwebs over Tabby and Lee from the stairway. I'm going to go to Disney.con without my parents' permission. What? Okay. Where's that? Let's see here. I wanted to drop fake cobwebs over Tabby and Lee from the stairway. I know a store that sells really sticky, scratchy cobwebs. Walker has a tarantula that he keeps in a glass cage in his room. A live tarantula. I thought maybe we could tangle the tarantula in cobwebs and then drop it in Tabby's hair. Not a bad idea. Oh, but that would be mean to the tarantula. You don't get him tangled up in the cobwebs, poor boy. Walker also wanted to cut a trap door in the living room floor. When Tabby and Lee stepped on the spot, we'd open the trapdoor and they would disappear into the basement. I had to reject that idea. I liked it, but I wasn't sure how Mom and Dad would react when they discovered us sawing open the floor. Also, you know, they might break their legs on the fall, but yeah, okay. Also, I just wanted to terrify the two creeps. I didn't want to break their necks. Oh, okay, they said that in the next slide. Oh, that was an afterthought. And the first thought was, oh, I don't want to get in trouble with Mom and Dad. And then the second thought was, oh, I don't want them to break their legs. Let's see here. Bum 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 bum. Oh.
Where are we going to put the fake blood puddles? Shane asked.
He held a red plastic puddle of blood in each hand. He and his sister had brought a dozen fake blood puddles at a costume store. They came in different sizes and looked very real.
And don't forget the green slime,
Shayna reminded us. She had 3 plastic bags of slime beside her. Walker and I opened one of the bags and felt the slimy, sticky, oozy gunk. Where did you buy this? I asked. At the same store?
No, it all came from Shayna's nose,
Shane joked. With an angry cry, Shayna hoisted up one of the bags. She swung it in front of her, threatening to smack her brother with it. He laughed and bounced off the couch. Whoa, careful, I cried. If that bag breaks... Maybe we can hang the slime from the ceiling, Walker suggested.
Yeah, cool, Shane cried excitedly. It could drip down onto Tabby and Lee.
Maybe we could cover them in it, Walker added excitedly, and they'd look like 2 sticky green blobs.
Glub, 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 glub.
Shayna thrashed her arms and pretended she was drowning under a puddle of slime. Will it stick to the ceiling, I asked? How will we keep it up there long enough? How will we get the 2 of them to stand under it? I'm the practical one in the group. They have a lot of wild ideas, but they never know how to make them work. That's my job. I'm not sure, Walker replied. He jumped from his chair. I'm going to get something to drink. Let's see. I'm looking ahead each time to see whose voice it is, so I get the right voice for each character, so don't mind me if I pause for a second.
What if the slime started to spew out of the jack-o'-lanterns, Shane suggested. That would be kind of scary, wouldn't it?
What if we had fake blood gush out of the jack-o'-lanterns, Shayna said.
That would be even scarier. We have to trap Tabby and Lee somehow, Shane suggested, thinking hard. All this slime and cobwebs and blood is good, but we have to make them think that they're really in danger. We have to make them think that something terrible is going to happen to them. I started to agree, but the lights went out. Oh! I cried in a cry of surprise, blinking at the sudden darkness. What happened? Shane and Shayna didn't reply. The curtains were drawn, so no light entered the living room from outside. The room was dark. I couldn't see my 2 friends sitting right across from me. And then I heard a dry, whispered voice. A frightening whisper so close to my ear. Come with me. Come home with me now. Come home to where you belong. Come home to the grove. Staring into the darkness, the whispered words sent a shiver down my back. Come with me. Come home with me now. Come home to where you belong. Come to your grave, Tabby and Lee. I have come for you, and you alone. Come, Tabby and Lee. Come with me now. That's excellent, I cried. The lights flashed back on. Across from me, Shane and Shayna clapped and cheered. Yay! Good job, Walker. I turned to congratulate him. He set up his portable tape player on the coffee table in front of us and rewound the tape. I think it'll scare him, he said. It scared me, I told him, and I knew what it was. When the lights... Nani? Thank you for the bits. Hi, Jar Jar, welcome. Let's see here. Hold on, I lost my place. When the lights go out and the voice starts to whisper, it will creep everyone out, Shayna exclaimed, especially with the tape player right under the couch. Who recorded the voice? Shane asked Walker. Did you do it? Walker nodded. Cool, Shane said. He turned to me. But Drew, I still think you should let Shayna and me do some of our scares on Tabby and Lee. Let's save those for when we really need them, I replied. I bent down and opened one of the plastic bags. I dug a hand in and pulled out a big chunk of green slime. It felt cold and gooey in my hand. I worked it around in my palm, squeezing and shaping it. Then I rolled it into a ball. Think it's sticky enough to hang from the ceiling? I asked. It would be a nice effect to have it running down the walls, I think. No, I have a better idea, Walker interrupted. The lights all go out, right? And then the creepy voice starts to whisper, and when it whispers their names, when it whispers, "Come to your grave, Tabby and Lee," then someone sneaks up behind each of them and drops a huge glob of slime on their heads. That's cool, Shane declared. We all laughed and cheered. We had some good ideas, but we needed more. I didn't want to slip up. I didn't want Tabby and Lee to think it was funny, all a big joke. I wanted them to be scared, with a capital SCARED. So we thought of more scary ideas and more ideas. We worked all week and from after school until late at night, setting traps, hiding little creepy surprises all over the living room. We carved the ugliest jack-o'-lanterns you ever saw, and we filled them with real-looking plastic cockroaches. We made an 8-foot-tall paper-mache monster, and we rigged it to fall out of the coat closet as we pulled a string. We bought real-looking rubber snakes and worms and spiders and hid them all around the house. We didn't eat or sleep. We dragged ourselves through school, thinking only about more ways to terrify our two special guests. Finally, Halloween arrived. The four of us gathered at my house. We were too intense to sit still or even stand still. We moved around the house, barely speaking to each other, and we carefully checked and rechecked all the frightening traps and tricks we had prepared. I had never worked so hard in all my life. Never! I spent so much time getting ready for the party and our revenge that I didn't even think about my Halloween costume until the very last minute. And so I ended up wearing the same Klingon costume that I'd worn the year before. Walker was a pirate that year. He had a patch over one eye and wore a striped shirt and a parrot on his shoulder. Shane and Shayna had dressed as some kind of blobby creatures. I couldn't tell what they were supposed to be under those. Oh, what they were supposed to be. Yeah, okay, that's weird. That sentence structure was weird. We didn't care about our costumes. We only cared about scaring Tabby and Lee. And then, as we paced the living room nervously, 1 hour before the party, the phone started to ring, and we received a call that filled us with horror. I was standing right next to the phone when it rang. The harsh buzz nearly made me jump out of my skin. Was I a little tense? Yes. I grabbed the phone in the middle of the first ring. Hello? I heard a familiar voice on the other end. Hi, Drew. It's Tabby. Tabby, I cried. I decided she was calling to find out what time the party started. The party starts at 8, I said, but if you and Lee... That's why I'm calling, Tabby interrupted. Lee and I can't come tonight. Huh? The phone dropped out of my hand and clattered to the floor. I dove to pick up the receiver, stumbled, and nearly knocked the whole table over. What? What did you say? I demanded. Lee and I can't come, Tabby repeated the chilling words. We're going to Lee's cousin's instead. His cousin gets to trick-or-treat until midnight. He does 4 different neighborhoods. He promised we'll get bags and bags of candy. Sorry. But Tabby, I started to protest weakly. Sorry, she said. See you. Bye. She hung up. I let out a hoarse wail and sank to my knees on the floor. What's wrong? Walker demanded. I couldn't get the words out. My 3 friends huddled around me. Walker tried to pull me to my feet, but my head was spinning and I didn't want to stand up. They're not coming! I finally managed to choke out, not coming. Oh, Walker replied softly. Shane and Shayna shook their heads glumly, but didn't say a word. We all stayed frozen in place, stunned, too miserable to talk, thinking about all the work, all the planning, and all the hard work. A whole year of planning and work. A whole year, oh my god. I'm not going to cry, I told myself. I feel like crying, but I'm not going to. I climbed shakily to my feet and glanced at the couch. "What is that?" I shrieked. Everyone turned and saw what I saw, a huge, ugly hole in one of the brown leather couch cushions.
"Oh no!" Shayna wailed. "I was playing with a ball of green slime. It must have dropped into the couch when I stood it up. It burned a hole into the cushion."
"What kind of goop are you kids playing with that burns leather? Maybe you shouldn't be touching that." "Quick, cover it up before Mom and Dad see," I started. Of course, Mom and Dad came strolling into the living room. "How's it going?" Dad asked. "Are you ready for your guests?" I crossed my fingers and prayed that he wouldn't see the huge hole in the couch. "Good heavens, what happened to the..."
"Oh, good heavens, what happened to the couch?" Mom shrieked.
It took Mom and Dad a long time to get over the ruined couch, and it took me even longer to get over the ruined party. That's how it went last Halloween. 2 years of ruined Halloweens. Now it's a year later. Halloween time again. This year we have twice as much reason to get revenge on Tabby and Lee. If only we had a plan.
"This year I'm a space princess," Tabby announced.
She had her blonde hair piled once again, with the same rhinestone tiara on it, and she wore the same long lacy dress. "Oh, Tabby, are you poor? You're wearing the same costume you wore 2 years ago, but you're just rephrasing it. You poor Tabby. You just like pretending to be like high and mighty to cover that up. Is that what it is? That's what it is, Tabby, huh? Yeah, you poor." Let's see here. She always has to be a princess, I thought bitterly. Green or not green, she's still a princess. Lee showed up in a cape and tights and said he was Superman. He said it was his little brother's costume. He told us why he didn't have time to get a costume of his own, but I couldn't understand him because of the big wad of bubblegum in his mouth. Walker and I decided to be ghosts. We cut eye holes in bed sheets and armholes, and that was that. It'd just be ghosts. I don't care. My sheet dragged behind me on the grass. I should have cut it shorter, but it was too late. We were already on our way to trick-or-treat. Where's Shane and Shayna? Lee asked. "I guess we'll catch up to them," I replied. I raised my trick-or-treat bag in front of me. "Let's get going." The 4 of us stepped out into a clear, cold night. A pale half-moon floated low over the houses. The grass shone gray under a light blanket of frost. We stopped at the bottom of my driveway. A minivan rumbled by. I saw 2 big dogs peering out of the back window. The driver slowed to stare at us as she passed by.
"Where shall we start?" Tabby asked.
Lee mumbled something I didn't understand. "I want to trick-or-treat all night," Walker exclaimed. "This may be our last trick-or-treat night ever."
"Excuse me? What do you mean?" Tabby demanded, turning her green face to him. "Next year we'll be teenagers. We'll be too old to trick-or-treat." Kind of a sad thought. Oh, is it going to turn the page? Please turn the page. Oh, no, not that way. There we go. I tried to take a deep breath of cool air, but I had forgotten to cut a nose or mouth hole in the sheet. I hadn't even left my front yard, and I was already starting to feel hot. "Let's start at the Willows," I suggested. The Willows is a neighborhood of small houses. It starts on the other side of small woods, just 2 blocks away. "Why the Willows?" Tabby demanded, fiddling with her tiara. "Because the houses are really close together," I told her. "We won't have to walk much, and we'll get a lot of candy. No long driveways to walk up and down." "Sounds good," Lee agreed. We started walking along the curb. Across the street, I saw 2 monsters and a skeleton making their way across the front yard. Little kids followed by a father. The wind fluttered my costume as we walked. My shoes crunched over frost-covered dead leaves. The sky seemed to grow darker as we made our way past the bare black trees of the woods. A few minutes later, we reached the first block of the Willows. Street lights cast a warm yellow glow over the neighborhood. A lot of the houses were decorated with orange and green lights, cutouts of witches and goblins, and flickering jack-o'-lanterns. The 4 of us began walking from house to house, gleefully yelling, "Trick or treat!" and collecting all kinds of candy. People oohed and awed over Tabby's princess costume. She was the only one of our group who had bothered to put on a decent costume.
so I guess she stood out. We passed by a lot of other kids as we made our way down the block. Most of them appeared younger than us. One kid was dressed as a milk carton. He even had all the nutritional information printed on one side. It took us about half an hour to do both sides of the street. The Willows ended up on a cul-de-sac, kind of a dead end.
Where to next? Tabby asked.
Whoa, wait, one more house. Oh, whoa, wait, one more house, Walker said. He pointed to a small brick house set back in the trees.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I guess because it's the only house that isn't right on the street.
The lights are on and they've got a pumpkin in the window, Walker announced. Let's go check it out.
Hey, dude. Hi, Pix. Wish I could stay, but I need to sleep. Oh, that's okay. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you sleep well.
Let's see. We trooped up to the front shop and pushed the doorbell. The front door swung open instantly. A small, white-haired woman poked out her head. She squinted through thick eyeglasses at us. Trick or treat, the four of us chanted.
Oh my goodness, she exclaimed.
She pressed wrinkled hands against her cheeks.
What wonderful costumes.
Huh? Wonderful costumes, I thought. 2 bed sheets and a borrowed Superman suit from last year. The old woman turned back into the house.
Forrest, come see this, she called. You've got to see these costumes.
I heard a man cough from somewhere deep inside the house.
Come in, please come in, the old woman pleaded. I want my husband to see you.
She stepped back to make room for us to enter. The four of us hesitated.
Come in, she insisted. Forrest has to see your costumes, but it's hard for him to get up, please.
Tabby led the way into the house. She stepped into a tiny, dimly lit living room. A fire blazed in a small brick fireplace against one wall. The room felt like a blast furnace. It had to be 500 degrees in there. The woman shut the front door behind us.
Forrest! Forrest!
She called. She turned to us and smiled.
He's in the back room. Follow me.
She opened the door and let us enter. To my surprise, the back room was enormous and jammed with kids in costumes. Whoa, I cried out, startled. My eyes quickly swept the room. Most of the kids had taken off their masks. Some of them were crying. Some of them were red-faced and angry. Several kids sat cross-legged on the floor, their expressions glum. Are they going to trick them again? They're going to trick them again, aren't they?
What's going on?
Tabby demanded shrilly. Her eyes bulged wide with fear. What are they all doing here? Lee asked, swallowing hard. A red-faced little man with shaggy white hair came hobbling up from the corner, leaning on a white cane. I like your costumes, he said, grinning at us.
We have to go now.
We all turned to the door. The old woman had shut it behind her. I glanced back at the kids in costumes. There were at least 24 of them. They all looked so frightened and unhappy.
We have to go,
Tabby repeated shrilly. Yeah, let us out of here, Lee insisted. The old man smiled. The woman stepped up beside him.
You have to stay, she said. We like to look at your costumes.
Oh, God. You can't go, the man added, leaning heavily on his cane. We have to look at your costumes.
Huh? What are you saying? How long are you going to keep us here? Tabby cried.
Forever, the old couple replied in unison. That was my daydream. I was down by the street in front of my house, waiting for my friends to show up, and daydreaming about Tabby and Lee being trapped by an old weird couple who liked to collect trick-or-treaters and keep them forever. Oh, it was all a dream. It was all a dream. Let's see. Of course, in my daydream, Walker and I sneaked out a side door, but Tabby and Lee were caught before they could escape, and they were never seen again. Nice daydream, huh? I was still picturing the whole thing when Walker, Shane, and Shayna finally arrived, and we eagerly trooped inside and up to my room.
Drew, why are you grinning like that?
Shayna demanded, dropping down onto the edge of my bed.
I was just having a very funny daydream, I told her. About Tabby and Lee. What could be funny about those two?
Oh, what could be funny about those two creeps? Walker demanded. He picked up a tennis ball from the floor and tossed it to Shane. The two of them started tossing the ball back and forth across my room. It was very funny, I replied, sitting up and stretching, especially the ending. I told them the whole daydream. I could see from their smiles on their faces that they enjoyed it, but Shayna scolded me. We don't have time to be for daydreams, Drew. We need a real plan. It's almost Halloween. Oh, hydrate. Thank you, I will. Thank you. I will. Tabby probably died. No, it was all a dream. It's fine. I gotta take off my my sweater real quick. Hold on. It got warmer outside. Oh no! No! My hands, they've been chopped off! Hold on. Okay, there we go. Don't mind me, I'm just taking off my sweater. It's gonna mess up my model a little bit. I apologize ahead of time for that. But I got too warm. I'm just gonna fly all over the screen, it's fine. Spectral hands! Okay. Got the sweater off. Pixie in a sweater, Raccoon Queen in sweater. Yay. Also, hi Rinka, how are you doing today? Hope you're having a great day. We're reading through Attack of the Jack-O-Lanterns by R.L. Stine, you know, one of the Goosebumps movies, or books. Let's see here. Where are we? Shayna scolded me. We don't have time for daydreams, Drew. We need a real plan. It's almost Halloween. Walker tossed the tennis ball too high. It smashed into my dresser lamp and knocked it over. Shane hurled toward the lamp and made a diving catch before it hit the floor. Way to go, Walker cried. Catch of the month. He slapped Shane a high five. He hit Shane so hard the poor guy almost dropped the lamp. Grrr, I growled at Walker and pointed to the desk chair. Sit down, we have serious thinking to do. She's right, Shayna agreed. We have to scare Tabby and Lee out of their skins this year. We have to pay them back for the last 2 years. We have to. So what are we going to do? Walker demanded, dropping his long, lanky body onto the desk chair. Hide behind some bushes and yell, boo! Bad attitude. I've been thinking of some really scary things we could do at a party, I started. I think... No party, Shayna interrupted. Right, no party, her twin agreed. We worked so hard last year's party, and then Tabby and Lee didn't show up. Just thinking about last year made me growl. Well, if we don't scare them at the Halloween party, where do we scare them? Walker asked, tapping out a rhythm with his fingers on the desk. Shane and I have some really good ideas, Shayna started. Yeah, I think you have to listen to Shayna and me this year, Shane chimed in. We have a really good plan. It will have them shaking for a year, really. Walker pulled the desk chair closer. Shane sat on the floor beside him. I leaned closer to Shayna on the bed. Speaking in a low voice, just above a whisper, Shayna told Walker and me their plan. A very scary plan. It gave me a chill just hearing Shayna describe it. It's very simple, Shayna finished. Very easy to do, and there's no way it won't work. We'll give Tabby and Leah a Halloween they'll never forget, Shane boasted. It's really mean, Walker murmured. I gazed at the chubby, pink-cheeked twins. They were so cute-looking, so sweet and innocent, but their plan to frighten Tabby and Lee was truly horrifying. It's mean, I agreed, and it's cruel, and it's terribly gross and shocking, I grinned. I like it. We all laughed. So we agree, Shane asked. We're doing it? We all agreed, and we all solemnly shook hands. Great, Shayna declared. So Drew, all you have to do is invite them to come trick-or-treating with you. Shane and I will do the rest. No problem, I replied, still grinning. No problem. We all cheered and congratulated each other. We knew this year was our year. Shayna started to say something, but my mom poked her head into the room. What are you four plotting so seriously? Mom asked. Nothing, Walker answered quickly. Just making some plans for Halloween, Mom, I told her. My mom bit her lower lip, her expression turned serious.
You know, Drew, she said, shaking her head, I don't think I can let you go trick-or-treating this year.
Uh-oh, why? I knew it. Pixie reading us these books is really satisfying and truly soothing.
Ah, ah, thank you. Ah.
I do my best. Thank you. I appreciate the compliments.
Mom, you have to let me go trick-or-treating. You have to, or else you'll spoil all of our plans for revenge.
Those words almost burst out of my mouth, but somehow I held them in. I choked back the words and stared hard at her, trying to decide if she was serious. She was.
Mom, what's wrong? I finally cried. What did I do? Why am I grounded? Drew, you're not grounded. I just think trick-or-treating isn't a good idea this year. Haven't you seen the news stories about the people in town who disappeared?
Huh? Disappeared? Let's see. My mind flashed back to my daydream. I pictured the old couple again, locking up kids in their back room. You mean kids have disappeared? I asked. Mom shook her head.
No, not kids, adults. A fourth person was reported missing yesterday. Here, look.
Mom had the newspaper rolled up under her arm. She pulled it out and unrolled it. She held the front page up so we could all see it. I could read the bold black headline from across the room. Local mystery, 4 have vanished. I climbed up from the bed and made my way over to Mom. I saw Shane and Shayna exchange worried glances. Walker's expression had turned solemn. He drummed his fingers tensely on the desktop. I took the newspaper from Mom and stared at the photos of the 4 people who had disappeared. 3 men and 1 woman.
The police are warning people to be very careful, Mom said softly.
Walker walked over and took the newspaper from my hands. He studied the photos for a moment. Hey, these people are all fat, he exclaimed. That's not nice. Now we all clustered around the paper and stared at the gray photos. Walker was right. All 4 people were very overweight. The first one, a bald man in a bulging turtleneck sweater, had at least 6 chins. Fat shaming in a kid's book. Woo! Here we go. Weird, I murmured. Shane and Shayna had grown strangely silent. I guess they were frightened. Why would 4 fat people disappear into thin air? Walker asked. Mom sighed.
That's what the police would like to know, she said.
But Mom, if only adults are disappearing, why can't I go trick-or-treating? I asked.
Please let Drew go, Shayna pleaded. It's our last year to go out on Halloween night. No, I don't think so, Mom replied, biting her bottom lip again.
But we'll all be really, really, really careful, I promised her.
I don't think so, Mom reported. I don't think so.
Once again, Halloween was completely ruined.
But Mom!
Mom, wait a moment, I'll take the pumpkin out. Ultra instinct with a belt. Oh no. La chancla. Let's see. But then Dad thought maybe trick-or-treating would be okay. It was 2 days later. He and Mom had been discussing it nonstop. You can go out if you go in a group, Dad said. Stay in the neighborhood and don't wander away from the others, okay, Elf? Thanks, Dad, I cried. I was so happy I didn't remind him to stop calling me an elf. Instead, I surprised him with a big hug.
Are you sure about this? Mom asked.
Of course he is, I cried. No way I was going to let them change their minds. I was already halfway to the phone to tell Walker that our plan was back on. There will be 1,000 kids trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, Dad argued. Besides, Drew and her friends are old enough and smart enough to keep her out of trouble. No, they're not. No, they're not. Thanks, Dad, I cried again. Mom wanted to keep the discussion going, but I ran out of the kitchen and up to my room before she could get a word out. I called Walker and told him the good news. He said he would call Shane and Shayna and tell them to get ready for the trick-or-treat night. Everything was set. I just had one little problem left. I had to convince Tabby and Lee that they should go trick-or-treating with us. I took a deep breath and called Tabby's house. Her mother said she was over at Lee's helping him get his Halloween costume ready. So I hurried over to Lee's house. It was a gray Saturday afternoon. It had rained all morning, and the storm clouds still floated overhead. The front lawns shimmered with the clinging rainwater. I jumped over wide puddles on the sidewalk. I wore a heavy gray sweatsuit, but the air felt damp and cold, and I wish I had put a jacket on over it. I jogged the last block to Lee's house, partly to warm up. I stopped to catch my breath on the front stoop. Then I pushed the doorbell. A few seconds later, Lee answered the door. Whoa! I cried out as I saw his costume. He had bobbing antennas on his head. He wore a fuzzy yellow vest pulled over a black and yellow striped girl's swimsuit. Are you. Oh, you're a bee? I stammered. He nodded. Tabby and I are still working on it. We brought black tights for my legs this morning. Cool, I said. He looked really stupid. But why should I tell him? Tabby greeted me as I stepped into the den. She had opened the package containing the tights and was stretching them out, tugging them hard between her hands. Drew, have you lost weight? She asked. Excuse me? No. Oh, I guess you look like you like your sweaty. What? Oh, I guess you like your sweaty baggy like that, huh? Sweatsuit baggy like that. Oh, sweatsuit. Excuse me, I can't read today apparently, and even though it's an ASMR stream and that's what I'm supposed to do. Also, my music stopped. Let me grab some new music here. No, wait, that's not the one I want. That's not the no. Let's go with this one. This playlist. There we go. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Oh, I guess you like your sweatsuits baggy like that, huh? She's so mean. She turned her head away, but I saw her snicker to herself. She thinks she's really funny. Is that your costume? Oh, is that your costume? She asked. I decided to ignore her nasty jokes. No, I'm going to be some kind of superhero, I think, I told her. You know, wear capes and tights. What are you going to be? A ballerina, she replied. She handed the tights to Lee. Here you go. Here are your bee legs. Do you have some heavy construction paper? What for? What for? Lee asked. We need to make a stinger, you know, to glue to the back of your tights. No way, Lee protested. No stinger. I don't need a stinger. I'll only sit on it anyway. I let them argue for a few minutes. I kept out of it. Lee finally won. No stinger. Tabby pointed for a while and made faces at him. She hates it when she doesn't get her way, but he's even more stubborn than she is. Listen, guys, I started. Walker and Shane and Shayna are all going to trick-or-treating together this year. I took a deep breath and then asked my question. Want to come with us? Yeah, sure, Lee replied. Okay, Tabby agreed. And that was that. The trap was set. Tabby and Lee were in for the most frightening Halloween of their lives. Unfortunately, we were too. Don, don, don. Is that your costume? I'm Kratos. Victory scream. The week dragged by. I counted the hours till Halloween. Finally, the big night arrived. I was so nervous I could barely get my superhero costume together. It wasn't much of a costume. I wore bright blue tights and a blue top. I pulled a pair of red boxer shorts over the tights. For my cape, I cut up a red tablecloth so we didn't use anymore and tied it around my shoulders. Then I pulled on a pair of white vinyl boots. I had a red cardboard mask that just covered my eyes. Super Drew, I proclaimed to the mirror. I knew that the costume was lame, but I didn't care. Tonight wasn't about costumes. It was about terror. It was about scaring those two kids to death. I grabbed a large brown shopping bag from the closet to use as a trick-or-treat bag. Then I scrambled down the stairs, hoping to get out of the house before running into my parents. I hoped to avoid a last-minute lecture about how I had to be careful outside. No such luck. Dad stopped me at the bottom of the stairs. Wow, great costume, Elf, he exclaimed. What are you supposed to be? Please don't call me Elf, I muttered. I tried to get past him to the front door, but he blocked my way. Just let me take one photo, he said. I'm kind of late, I told him. I was supposed to meet Walker on the corner at 7:30. It was already a quarter to 8. Be careful out there, my mother called from the den. Dad disappeared to get his camera. I waited at the bottom of the stairs, tapping my hand on the banister. Don't talk to any strangers, Mom called. Very helpful. Okay, one quick shot, Dad said, returning to his camera, raised to his eye. Stand against the door. You look great, Drew. Are you Wonder Woman or something? Just a superhero, I mumbled. I've really got to go, Dad. He steadied the camera over his eye. How about a smile? I gave him a toothy grin. He clicked the shutter. Oh, wait, did it flash? He asked. I don't think I had the flash on. He examined the camera. Dad, I started. I thought about Walker standing by himself in the corner. Walker hated to wait. I knew how tense he'd be, as tense as me. Dad, I've got to go meet my friends. If you see anyone suspicious... if you see anyone suspicious, run away, Mom called from the den. Let's try again, Elf. Dad raised the camera again. Smile. He clicked the shutter. No flash. Whoa, he checked the camera again. Dad, please. Oh, wow. Would you believe it? No film. He shook his head. I thought I had film in there. I'll go upstairs and get a roll. It will only take a second. Dad! I screamed. The doorbell rang. It startled us both. Probably some trick-or-treaters, Dad said. I leaped to the door and pulled it open. I squinted into the yellow porch light. A boy stood there in all black. He wore a black sweater and black pants. A black wool ski cap was pulled down over his forehead. He had a black makeup covering his face, and he wore black gloves. Cute costume, Dad declared. Get him a candy bar, Drew. I groaned. Dad, it's not a trick-or-treater. It's Walker. I pushed open the storm door so that Walker could come in. I thought you were going to meet me, he said. Dad stared at Walker's all-black costume. What are you supposed to be? He asked. A dark and stormy night, Walker replied. Huh? Where's the stormy part? That's true. I'm sorry. Huh? Where's the stormy part? I asked. Here, Walker replied, and raised a black plastic water pistol and squirted me in the face. Dad burst out laughing. He thought it was a riot. He called Mom in from the den to take a look. We're never gonna get out of here, I whispered to Walker. We're going to miss Tabby and Lee. We had the night all planned out, down to the minute, but now the whole plan could be ruined. I had a knot in my stomach. I could feel it tightening. The cape suddenly felt as if it were choking me. Mom and Dad were admiring Walker's costume. Let's see here. A dark and stormy night. Very clever, Mom said. But how will anyone see you in the dark? You better be careful crossing the street. Mom had advice for everyone tonight. I couldn't take it anymore. We've got to go. Bye, I said, and shoved Walker out the door and followed right behind him. Mom called out more warnings from the house. Be sure to dress warmly. Make sure you don't cross the street before looking both ways. Remember that your mommy loves you. But I couldn't hear her. I pulled Walker down the driveway and hurried down the corner. That's where we were supposed to meet Tabby and Lee, our two victims. Let's see. You should have stayed on the corner. Oh, you should have stayed on the corner, I scolded Walker. Maybe Tabby and Lee were here and already left. But you were so late, Walker protested. I thought maybe something was wrong. I heard my heart was thumping. The knot in my stomach grew even tighter. Okay, I urged. Let's just calm down. It was a clear, cold night. A light frost made the lawns silvery. Overhead, a sliver of moon rested near a cluster of bright stars. Most of the houses on the block had their lights on. I saw two groups of little trick-or-treaters across the street. They were all hurrying up to the same house. A dog barked excitedly in the house next door. I turned my eyes to the corner where we were supposed to meet Tabby and Lee. No one there. Walker and I stopped under the streetlight. I adjusted my cape. It really was choking me. I saw that I hadn't cut it short enough. The bottom was soaked from dragging it along the ground. Where are they? I demanded. You know they're always late, Walker replied. He was right. Tabby and Lee loved to keep their people waiting for them. They'll be here any second. A tall hedge ran along the corner yard. Walker started pacing back and forth from the hedge to the curb. His outfit was so black, when he stopped into the shadow of the hedge, he completely disappeared. Could you stop pacing? I started, but my voice caught in my throat when I heard a cough from the other side of the hedge. A low, gruff cough. Not a human cough, more like an animal growl. I turned and saw that Walker had heard it too and stopped pacing and stared at the hedge. I heard a scraping sound. The hedge appeared to shiver. Who's back there? I choked out. The hedge shook again, shook and cracked. Hey, who is it? Silence. The hedge shook, harder this time. Is this a joke or something? Walker demanded in a trembling voice. Another low animal growl. No! I cried out as two ugly creatures came snarling through the hedge. I saw only a blur of ragged fur, open jaws, saliva-covered teeth. Before I could move, one of the creatures leaped onto me, snarling and growling. It shoved me roughly down to the grass and dug its fangs into my shoulder. Oh my god. I let out a shrill wail of pain. Ah! I tried to scramble to my feet, but the snarling creature had me pinned to the ground. Stop! Stop! I struggled to squirm free as the creature tugged my cape over me, covering me like a blanket. Hey! I heard Walker's angry shout, but I couldn't see what was happening to him. No! Let me go! I shrieked. With a frantic burst of energy, I reached up one hand and swiped at the creature's drooling face. To my shock, the whole face pulled off instantly. A mask! I held a rubber mask in my hand. I stared up at the grinning face. It took me a few moments to recognize the boy, Todd Jeffrey. Yes, Todd Jeffrey, the high school kid who had frightened us all at Lee's party 2 years ago. So, does this high school kid, get off on, messing with, traumatizing kids? Because this is, the second time now. I'll be dressing up as a raccoon this Halloween. Ooh, fun! Fun. Let's see, where was I? Todd, I murmured, frantically pulled the cape away from my face. Gotcha good, he whispered. He let go of me and stood up. You creep, I cried angrily. I tossed the rubber mask in his face. He caught it in one hand and left. Drew, can't you take a joke? Huh? A joke? A joke? I screamed. I climbed onto my feet and furiously began brushing myself off. My cape was totally tangled and covered with wet brown leaves. Walker had been wrestling with the other creature. The guy pulled off his mask, and of course it was Joe, Todd's disgusting friend. Hope we didn't scare you, he teased. He and Todd laughed like hyenas. They fell all over each other, slapping high fives and low fives. Before I could tell them what jerks they were, I heard more laughter. To my surprise, Tabby and Lee came stepping out from behind the hedge, and all four of them enjoyed a good laugh together. Urgh! I uttered a furious growl. At that moment, I wish I was a superhero. I wanted to plow my super fist into their laughing faces. Or maybe spread my cape and fly away, far away, so I wouldn't have to see any of them anymore. Happy Halloween, Drew, Tabby called smugly. Happy Halloween, Tabby and Lee repeated in unison, grinning their disgusting grins. How long were you and Lee standing back there? I demanded angrily. Oh, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits. Let's see. Long enough, Lee snickered. He and Tabby burst out laughing again. We were standing back there the whole time, Tabby declared. I love Halloween, don't you? I growled under my breath, but I didn't say anything. Keep cool, Drew, I instructed myself. Tabby and Lee and their two high school buddies played a little joke on you. I gotta burp real quick, hold on. I drank some soda before stream, so I'm okay, yeah. Oh, hydrate. Thank you, I will. Thank you, I will. Oh, the fart right into his face. Let's see. We were there the whole time. I growled under my breath, but I didn't say anything. Keep it cool. Okay, yeah. But they won't have their last laugh. When the night is over, I told myself, Walker and I will be the ones who are laughing. When Shane and Shayna arrive, we are going to terrify them. Truly terrify them. Todd and Joe had pulled their monster masks back on. They tilted back their heads and howled like wolves. Awoo! Freaking furries. Todd's mask was really close. It had rubber saliva dripping all over the long, pointy fangs.
They're not coming trick-or-treating with us, are they?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's supposed to be Drew. They're not coming trick-or-treating with us, are they? I asked Tabby. Tabby shook her head. She adjusted the tiara on top of her blonde hair.
No.
No way, Todd replied from behind the ugly mask. Joe and I are too old for trick-or-treat, especially with you crybabies. Then why are you wearing those monster costumes? Walker demanded. Just to scare kids, Joe replied. He and Todd laughed again. Loud, cruel laughs. Joe grabbed my mask and pulled it down to my chin. Todd rubbed the back of his hand over Walker's cheek, smearing the black makeup. Then they ran off to find some other victims. What creeps. I was glad to see them go. I stood watching them, making sure they didn't change their minds and come back. Nice guys, Lee said. He set his orange and black trick-or-treating bag down on the grass, then adjusted his bee antennas. I heard kids laughing across the street. I turned and saw a group of 4 kids, all monsters and goblins, running up the driveway to a house.
Let's get going, Tabby said. It's kind of cold.
Aren't Shayna and Shane supposed to meet us? Lee asked. Yeah, they'll catch up to us, I said. We crossed the street and started toward the first house, a tall, brightly lit brick house with a smiling pumpkin cut out in the front window. As we made our way up to the gravel driveway, I glanced at my watch and gasped. Nearly 8:15. Shane and Shayna were supposed to meet us at the corner at 8. Where were they? They were never late. Never. I swallowed hard. Was this Halloween about to be ruined too? Had something gone wrong? $500 a woo fine. I was told not to scare kids during trick-or-treat. Yeah, that's a nice thing to do. I had some guy, like, one Halloween when I went trick-or-treating with a friend. Like, actually, this was the only year I actually got to trick-or-treat. Because you guys know that I grew up super sheltered. But the one year I went out with a friend and we trick-or-treated, some guy, I don't know if it was a real chainsaw or it was a fake chainsaw. He chased us around the whole neighborhood with a chainsaw. It was like a grown man yelling at us, like screaming and chasing us with a chainsaw and like a chainsaw massacre costume. I was scared out of my butt. I legit just started crying and having a panic attack, like in the middle of the neighborhood. I was screaming, please, please, please. And then he just ran back to the house because I think he knew he was in trouble. Yeah, I just was like, no. Some people are deranged. I don't know what. Just Halloween makes the weirdos sometimes come out. I love Halloween. But, oh my god. No, yeah, in his yard, I can understand. Yeah, exactly. I thought he was going to stop when we left his yard. He followed us down the street. And to, like, every house we went to, he was behind us, like, waiting, like, 5 feet away. When we get our candy, he'd be waiting behind us like 5 feet, and then as soon as we were done, he'd start chasing us again. It was too far. Yes, he went too far. Exactly. People need to know their limits on Halloween. Anyways, I went off track there. I digress. We stepped up onto the front stoop and peered through the glass storm door. A big orange cat with bright blue eyes stared back at us from the other side of the door. I rang the doorbell. Bing, bing. A few seconds later, a smiling young woman in jeans and yellow turtleneck came hurrying to the door. She carried a basket of Snickers bars and Milky Ways. You all look great, she declared, dropping a candy bar in each bag. Drew, hold up your bag, Tabby ordered shrilly. Oh, sorry, I was still worrying about Shane and Sheena. I held up my bag for the woman. The cat narrowed its amazingly blue eyes at me. Are you supposed to be a princess? The woman asked Tabby. No, a ballerina, Tabby replied. And you're a lump of coal? The woman asked Walker. Something like that, Walker muttered. He didn't do his dark and stormy night routine. I guess he was worried about Shane and Shayna too. Have fun, the woman said. She pulled the storm door shut. The 4 of us jumped off her stoop and started to cross the frost-covered frost-covered grass to the next yard. When I glanced back to the door, I saw the cat still staring out. I cannot talk. Okay. I saw the cat still staring out at us. The next house was dark. so we crossed the lawn to the house next door to it. A group of kids was already on the front stoop shouting, "Trick or treat! Trick or treat!" "Where are they?" I whispered to Walker. He shrugged. "If they don't show up," I started. But I saw Tabby watching me, so I didn't finish the sentence. We waited for the kids to leave, then climbed up to the stoop. Two little kids, probably 3 or 4 years old, were handing out little bags of candy corn to everyone. They laughed at Lee's bee costume. They wanted to feel the antennas. The little boy asked Lee where his stinger was. "I stuck it in someone," Lee told him. They all stared hard at Walker's all-black outfit. I think it kind of frightened them. "Are you supposed to be a monster?" the little girl asked Walker timidly. "No, I'm a lump of coal," Walker told her. She nodded seriously. We hurried away and did 3 more houses to the end of the block. I saw 2 kids that I babysat for. They were in matching robot costumes. I stopped to talk with them for a minute. Then I had to run to catch up to the others. They had crossed the street and had started doing the houses on the other side. A strong gust of wind fluttered my cape. I shivered and glanced nervously at my watch again. Where were they? Where were Shane and Shayna? The whole plan depended on them. "Wow, pretty good haul so far," Lee declared. He held his bag open, studying the contents as we crossed the streets. "Did you get any Kit Kats?" Tabby demanded. "I'll trade you for Kit Kats." "Only one person gave out apples," Lee said, making a disgusted face. He reached out into his bag and pulled out an apple. Then he heaved it as hard as he could across the yard. "Hey, that's wasting food!" The apple hit a tree trunk with a loud thunk. Then it bounced into the next driveway. Sorry, I couldn't read that word for a second. Why do people give out apples?" Lee grumbled. "Don't they know we only want candy?" "Some people are just cheap," Tabby said. She pulled out her apple and dropped it into the grass. Then she kicked it with the toe of her ballet slipper. They both really deserve what they're going to get, I thought. They're both really jerks. But where are Shane and Shayna? "The raccoons are waiting in the driveway for the apples?" "Yeah, they're gonna get them. The raccoons will take them. We don't waste. Raccoons don't waste things like these brats." We trick-or-treated our way down the block. It was getting pretty late, and there were fewer little kids out. The street light near the corner was broken. We stepped into a patch of deep shadow. One of Lee's antennas kept slipping off. He slid it back into place for the 10th time. I would gladly accept the apple. Yeah. Especially candy apples. Or yeah. Nom nom nom. Let's see here. As we neared the corner, a tall tree blocked the moonlight and grew even darker. "Oh!" I let out a cry as 2 figures leaped out at us from behind the tree. I thought that Todd and Joe had returned, but I quickly saw that it wasn't those guys. In a gray blur, 2 figures turned their backs on us, blocking our way. They wore dark robes that flowed straight to the ground, and over their heads, they wore pumpkins. Large, round pumpkins, perfectly balanced on their shoulders. "Whoa!" Walker let out a startled cry. He backed up and stumbled into me. Tabby and Lee gaped in surprise. But the most horrifying surprise was yet to come. As they slowly turned to face us, their jack-o'-lantern faces came into view. Eerie, jagged grins cut into their pumpkin heads. Flashing triangle eyes, lit by flames. Bright orange and yellow flames danced inside their heads. And as the pumpkin heads turned their fiery, ragged grins on us, Walker and I both opened our mouths and screamed in terror. Ah! Our screams echoed down the block. The fire flashed in the pumpkin's heads' eyes. I turned to Tabby and Lee. The light from the fiery jack-o'-lantern faces flickered over their faces. They stood calmly staring at the grinning pumpkin heads. Tabby turned to me. "Is this your idea of a joke? Were you trying to scare us?" "We know it's Shane and Shayna," Lee said. He hugged on one of the dark, loose, flowing costumes. "Hey Shane, how's it going?" The 2 pumpkin heads remained silent. "How did you get the fire to work? Did you have candles in there?" Tabby demanded. "How can you see?" The pumpkin heads grinned back in silence. A lick of fire darted out from one of their jagged mouths. I shivered. These costumes were too good. I could hear the flames hiss inside the big orange heads. The costumes were dark green, like pumpkin vines. Why aren't Tabby and Lee frightened? I wondered. I expected Shane and Shayna to appear in something frightening, but I didn't expect anything as good as these fiery jack-o'-lantern heads. The costumes were great, but I felt so disappointed. Tabby and Lee were definitely not frightened. This Halloween is going to be a disaster, like the others, I thought. I stepped up beside Walker. I couldn't see his expression under all that black makeup. "How do they do that fire?" he whispered. "It's really awesome." I nodded. "But it didn't scare Tabby and Lee," I whispered back. "It's early," Walker whispered. "Shane and Shayna have just started." My cape became tangled around my legs. I tugged it free and tossed it behind me. The two pumpkinheads still hadn't said a word. Tabby picked up her trick-or-treat bag and turned to me.
"You'll have to do better than that if you want to scare Lee and me," she said with a sneer.
Really well done, cosplay.
Hi, Sness. Welcome to stream. How are you doing today? Welcome. We're reading Attack of the Jack-O'-Lanterns from the Goosebumps book series. Let's see.
"We're not scaredy cats like you two," Lee boasted. Flames darted out of the pumpkin head's eyes. They both tilted their big heads as they stared at Tabby and Lee. How do they do that, I wondered. How do they control the flames? Do they have some kind of remote control?
"Well, are we going to stand here and freeze, or are we going to trick-or-treat?" Tabby demanded.
"Let's do your block," I suggested to her. Tabby started to reply, but a hiss of fire from the nearest pumpkin head made her stop. "Let's go somewhere else," the jack-o'-lantern said from inside the pumpkin head. His voice came out in a hoarse crackle, too harsh to be a whisper, a dry, choked sound. "Somewhere else," his partner echoed.
Somewhere else,"
her voice echoed. Her voice also came out in a hoarse crackle, like dry, dead leaves that being crinkled together. "Excuse me?" Lee cried. "We know a better neighborhood," the first pumpkin had crackled. The jagged mouth. How would you do crackling voice?
"We know a better neighborhood."
I guess that would be more crackly.
"We know a better neighborhood."
The first pumpkin head crackled. The jagged mouth cut through the thick pumpkin flesh didn't move. The voice hissed from inside. The orange and yellow flames tossed in rhythm to the words.
"We know a better neighborhood. A neighborhood you won't forget."
Tabby laughed. She rolled her eyes.
"Oh wow, scary voices," she said sarcastically.
"Oh, I'm shaking, Lee teased. He and Tabby laughed together.
Give us a break, guys," Tabby said to the pumpkinheads. "Your costumes are pretty good, but they don't scare us, so lose the creepy voices, okay?"
"Yeah, let's go do some houses. It's getting late."
"Follow us,"
one of the pumpkinheads hissed.
"Follow us to a new neighborhood. A better neighborhood."
They led the way down the street. Their big heads bounced on their shoulders as they walked. The fire flickered from their heads, casting a glow like lighted torches. "What are they doing?" Walker whispered into my ear. "This isn't in the plan. Where are they taking us?" I didn't know.
"Follow us to the leaves. Yay!"
The metaphor of the dry crackling leaves. Yeah. A better neighborhood sounds scary. We walked 3 blocks, heading away from our houses. We passed a row of big stones set back on the wide lawns behind the tall hedges. The next block had an empty lot where someone had started to build a house and then stopped. 2 pumpkinheads walked quickly, taking long strides. Their heads bounced on their shoulders. They kept their fiery faces straight ahead and didn't glance back at us. I'm going to take a quick swig of water. Okay. Let's see. "Where are we going?" Lee demanded, jogging up to catch up to them. He tugged at one of their shoulders. "You're passing a lot of good houses across the street." The jack-o'-lantern creature didn't slow down.
"Let's try a new neighborhood,"
he crackled.
"Yes,"
his partner hissed.
"A new neighborhood. A better neighborhood. You'll see."
They led us past the empty lot, past a row of small, dark houses. "Where are we going?" Walker whispered. He motioned to Shane and Shayna.
"What's their problem? Why are they doing this? They're starting to scare me."
I'm sure they know what they're doing, I whispered back. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure they know what they're doing, I whispered back. I gazed around the block. I didn't see any other trick-or-treaters. It was getting late, and most of the little kids had already gone home. In the next driveway, 2 tall kids, a gorilla and a chubby clown, were pawing through the trick-or-treat bags. They had their heads lowered to the bags. We passed by them, and they didn't even look up. Hey, we're missing a lot of good houses, Lee protested. He pointed to a brick house on the corner. Can't we stop there? Those people always give out handfuls of candy bars. Really, handfuls. The pumpkin heads ignored them and kept walking. Hey, whoa, stop! Tabby demanded. She and Lee both trotted up to the front of the pumpkin heads. Stop, come on, whoa! A new neighborhood, one of them croaked. Let's try a new neighborhood, the other one echoed. A better neighborhood. A chill ran down my back. Shane and Shayna were acting so weird. I tugged my cape off of a clump of weeds. The air started to feel cooler and damp. I wrapped the cape around me. Up ahead, Lee fiddled with his bee antenna. I saw that Tabby's ballet slippers were soaked with mud. They followed the pumpkin heads across the street, and then they stepped off the sidewalk and started into a dark woods. Walker hurried up beside me. Even though through his heavy makeup I could see the worried expression on his face. Why are they taking us into the woods? He whispered. I shrugged. I guess they're getting ready to scare Tabby and Lee. Twigs and dead leaves crackled under our shoes as we made our way between the trees. A frightened thought flashed into my mind. I suddenly pictured the 4 fat people who had disappeared. 4 people, vanished into thin air, never seen again. I remembered all my mother's warnings. I remembered how she told us to stay where there were a lot of kids and a lot of bright lights. I remembered how she didn't even want me to go trick-or-treating tonight. This is wrong, I realized. Mom's advice was smart. We shouldn't be walking into the woods tonight, I thought. I knew. We shouldn't be away from the street, away from the brightly lit houses. We shouldn't go off by ourselves like this into the dark, creepy woods. A new neighborhood, a pumpkin head crackled from ahead. Just past these woods, the other one whispered. A really good neighborhood, you'll see. The light from inside their heads flickered on over the dark tangles of bare trees and tall weeds. My head began to thud. I hurried to keep up with the others. Shane and Shayna are good friends, I told myself. I'm sure they know what they're doing. But this isn't what we planned. This isn't what we planned at all. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Oh, posture check. Thank you. I will. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And actually, let me get another sip of water here, because doing those pumpkin head voices is a little rough on me. Okay. Thank you. Shayna, give us a... Oh, Shayna, give us a break, Tabby complained shrilly. Look at me! Look at my ballerina skirt! She held up the front of her skirt. Even in the dim light, I could see the mud stain on the front. We have to get out of these woods, Tabby wailed angrily. Yeah, it's too dark and we're wasting too much time, Lee agreed. His trick-or-treating bag got caught on a low tree limb. He tugged it hard to pull it loose. Shane and Shayna ignored the complaints. The big, fiery pumpkins bouncing on their shoulders, they made their way steadily and quickly through the darkness of the woods. A few minutes later, we stepped out into a narrow street. Seeing the bright street lights and rows of little houses, we all let out a happy cheer. Now we can trick-or-treat, one of the pumpkin heads croaked. I turned my eyes up and down the street. I saw house after house, all small, all with tiny lawns. Most of them had lights on the front. Many of them were decorated for Halloween. The houses stretched for blocks, 2 rows of brightly lit little houses, as far as the eye could see. This is an awesome neighborhood for trick-or-treating, I declared, starting to feel a lot better, a lot less frightened. Excellent, Lee agreed. We'll clean up here. Where are we? Walker demanded. How come I've never seen this neighborhood before? No one answered him. We were all too eager to get started. I pulled some wet leaves off my cape and straightened my mask. Tromping through the woods had messed all of us up. We took a few seconds to get our costumes in better shape. Then the 6 of us hurried up to the first house. A young woman carrying a baby in one arm came to the door. She dropped miniature candy bars into our bags. The baby stared at a flaming pumpkin heads and smiled. At the next house, an elderly couple took forever getting to the door. "Trick or treat!" we shouted at the top of our lungs. They raised their hands to their ears. I guess they couldn't stand the noise. "I'm sorry, but we don't have any candy," the old woman said. She dropped nickels into our bags, a nickel per bag. We hurried across the small yard to the next house. 2 girls, about 7 or 8, greeted us at the door. "Awesome costumes," one of them said to Shane and Shayna. They gave us little bags of M&Ms. "This is cool," Lee declared as we hurried to the next house. "These houses are so close together," Tabby added. "We can do 100 houses in no time." "Why didn't we ever come here before?" Walker asked. "Trick or treat!" we screamed as we rang the doorbell on the next house. A teenage boy with long blonde hair and an earring in one ear answered the door. He snickered at our costumes. "Cool," he muttered. Then he dropped packages of candy corn into our bags. On to the next house, and the next, and the next. We did the next block, stopping at every house. Then we covered 2 more blocks. The little houses seemed to stretch on forever. My trick-or-treat bag was nearly full. We stopped at the corner because Walker's shoe had come untied. While he bent down to tie it, we all stopped to catch our breath. "Hurry up!" a pumpkin urged Walker. Flames leaped angrily from his eye holes. "Yes, hurry!" the other one hissed. "No time to waste." As he struggled with his shoe, the 2 pumpkin heads bobbed and squirmed impatiently. Finally, Walker climbed to his feet and picked up his bulging trick-or-treat bag. The pumpkin heads were already leading the way to the next block of houses. "I'm getting a little tired," I heard Lee whisper to Tabby. "What time is it?" "My bag is nearly full," Tabby replied with a groan. She shifted the heavy bag to the other hand. "Hurry," a pumpkin head insisted. "Lots more houses to do." "Lots," the other one said. We did 2 more blocks, both sides of the street, about 20 houses. My bag was filled to the top. I had to carry it in both hands. Walker's shoelace had come undone, but when he bent to tie it, it ripped in his hand. "Now what are we gonna do?" he muttered. "Hurry," a pumpkin-headed said. "More houses." "I'm getting tired," Tabby complained, loud enough for everyone to hear this time. "Me too," Lee agreed. "And this trick-or-treat bag is getting heavy." "Stupid shoelace," Walker muttered, and still bent over his shoe. "I guess it is getting pretty late," I said, gazing around. "I don't see any other trick-or-treaters. I think they've all gone home." I pulled off my cape. It was all tangled, and it was starting to choke me. I balled it up and tucked it under my arm. "More houses," one of the pumpkin heads whispered. "Hurry, lots more to do," the other one insisted in her dry, crackling voice. The yellow flames danced inside her head. But we want to quit." "Yes, we're done," Tabby agreed shrilly. "You can't quit," a pumpkin head snapped. "Huh?" Lee's mouth dropped open. "Keep going, you can't quit," the pumpkin head insisted. They both appeared to float up, to rise above over us. The fires raged in their triangle eyes. Their heads floated up over the dark caped bodies. "You can't quit. You can't ever quit." I fell asleep to Pixie's voice 10 out of 10 when listening to her again. Ah. Ah. "Ha, very funny." Tabby rolled her eyes. But I saw Lee step back in fear. His knees seemed to buckle. He nearly dropped his trick-or-treat bag. "Another block," a pumpkin head insisted. "Another block, and then another." "Whoa, wait a minute," Tabby protested. "You can't boss us around like that. I'm going home." She turned and started to walk away, but the 2 pumpkin heads moved quickly to block her path. "Let me go," Tabby protested. She darted sharply to the right, but the big pumpkin creatures floated with her. The fiery grins appeared to grow wider, brighter. The 2 of them began to circle us, floating silently. They swirled around us faster and faster until it looked as if we were surrounded by flames, a wall of leaping flames all around us. "You will obey," came the crackling command. The flames pushed us from behind, forced us forward. We had no choice but to obey them. We were prisoners, prisoners of their fire. An old man was standing at the door to the first house. He grinned at us as we stepped into his front stoop. You kids are... Whoa.
Ba-ba-ba. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. Wait, actually, isn't this your first sub? Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Oh, wait, 2 months. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. 2 months. Thank you for the continued support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Oh, it's your first sub. Oh, okay. Oh, so you subscribed for 2 months. Oh, sorry, I misread it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Thank you, Winter. Happy Halloween. Let's see. Where was I? Oh wait, did I turn the page? Yeah. There it is. Hurry. Wait. Where am I? I lost my place. An old man was standing at the door to the front house. He grinned at us as we stepped onto his front stoop. You kids are out kinda late, aren't you? He asked. Kind of, I replied. He dropped packages of chuckles into our bags. Hurry! A pumpkinhead urged as we crossed the wet grass onto the next house. Hurry! Lee's trick-or-treat bag was so heavy he dragged it along the ground. I carried mine in both hands. Tabby complained to herself, muttering and shaking her head. We did both sides of the block. We didn't see any other kids out. No cars came out by. Some of the other houses were turning off their lights. Hurry! A pumpkinhead insisted. Lots more houses. Lots more blocks. No way! Lee cried. No way! Tabby repeated. We tried to sound strong, but I heard a tremble in her voice. The jack-o'-lantern faces loomed over us once again. The fiery eyes stared at us. Hurry! You can't stop now! You can't! But it's too late, I protested. And my shoe keeps coming off, Walker chimed in. We don't want to trick or treat anymore, Tabby told them shrilly. You can't stop now. Hurry! Lots more houses. This is the best neighborhood. No way! Tabby and Lee repeated together. They started to chant, No way! No way! No way! Our bags are full, I said. Mine is starting to tear, Walker complained. No way! No way! Tabby and Lee chanted. The two jack-o'-lanterns began to swirl around us again, circling faster and faster, rebuilding the wall of flames. You must not stop. One of them hissed, You must keep going. They swirled closer, so close I could feel the scorching heat of the flames, and as they swirled, they began to hiss, like snakes about to strike. The hissing grew louder and louder until it sounded as if we were surrounded by snakes. My heavy trick-or-treat bag fell from my hands. Stop! I screamed up at them. Stop it! You're not Shayna! Fire leaped from their eyes. Their hisses became a high wail. You're not Shayna! I shrieked. Who are you? Oh, a hydrate. Thank you. I will. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. They swirled to a stop. Bright flames licked out of their grinning mouths. Their shrill wails bounced off the bare trees, cutting through the heavy night silence. Who are you? I demanded again, my voice trembling. My whole body shook. I suddenly felt as if the cold night had seeped inside me. Who are you? Have you done something to our friends? No reply. I turned to Walker. The light of the flames flickered over his face. Though through his black makeup, all I could see was his frightened expression. I swallowed hard and turned to Tabby and Lee. They were both sneering and shaking their heads. Is this your idea of a dumb Halloween joke? Tabby demanded. She rolled her eyes. Wow, did you really think Lee and I would fall for this? Ooh, I'm scared, Lee cried sarcastically. He made his knees knock together. Look, I'm shaking like a leaf. He and Tabby let out laughs.
Let's see. Those are really clever costumes, great fire effects, but we know it's Shane and Shayna, Lee declared. No way you're gonna scare us now, Drew.
No way, Tabby repeated. Look!
She and Lee reached out their hands. They each grabbed a pumpkin head and tugged. Whoa! They pulled the fiery pumpkin heads off the creature's shoulders, and then all four of us screamed because the two costume figures had no heads underneath! Bum, bum, bum! Our screams rose up shrilly, cutting through the night air like wailing sirens. The pumpkin head fell from Tabby's hand. It bounced heavily on the ground. Bright orange flames shot out of its eyes and mouth. Lee still gripped the other pumpkin head between his hands, but he dropped it when the jagged mouth began to move. The fiery heads grinned up at us from the grass. Oh! I uttered a low moan of terror and staggered back. I wanted to run away as fast as I could and not look back, but I couldn't take my eyes off of the two heads grinning up at us from the wet grass. As I stared, my heart pounded and my legs began to shake. Someone grabbed my arm. Walker! He held on to me. His hand was as cold as ice. With his other hand, he pointed at the two headless bodies. They stood in their dark, flowing costumes. They hadn't moved. The spot between their shoulders where the heads had rested was flat and smooth, as if the pumpkin heads had been balanced there. They were never attached. Never attached. Tabby and Lee huddled together beside me. Tabby's tiara was missing. Her hair had come unpinned. It fell in wet tangles all over her face. Lee's trick-or-treat bag had toppled onto its side. A pile of candy had spilled over the grass inches from one of the pumpkin heads. The flames inside the heads danced and flickered, and then the jagged mouths began to move. The smiles grew wider. The triangle eyes narrowed. An ugly laugh escaped their mouths, an evil, dry sound, more like a throat clearing, more like a cough than a laugh. No! I moaned. Beside me, I heard Walker gasp. Lee swallowed hard. Tabby was holding onto the sleeve of his bee costume with both hands. She pulled him back until they were standing behind Walker and me. Their heads laughed together. Flames flickered inside them. Their two bodies moved quickly. They reached out long arms and grabbed their heads up from the grass. I expected them to place the heads back on their shoulders, but they didn't. They held the heads in front of their chests. Another dry laugh. The pumpkin mouths twisted on the dark round faces. The eyes stared blankly at us, bright orange, then shadowy, flickering with flames. I realized I was squeezing Walker's arm. He didn't even seem to notice. I let go and took a deep breath. Who are you? I called to the two creatures. My voice came out high and tiny. Who are you? And what do you want? They laughed their ugly laughs again. Who are you? I choked out again, shouting over their dry, crackling laughter. Where is Shane and Shayna? Where are our friends? Flames hissed out of the two heads. Their ragged orange grins grew wider. Drew, let's just try one more time to run away. Maybe if we catch up to them by surprise, Walker whispered. We both spun around and started to run. Tabby and Lee came stumbling after us. My legs felt so wobbly and weak. I didn't think I could run. My heart pounded so hard I struggled to breathe. Run! Walker cried breathlessly, pulling my arm. Drew, faster! We didn't get far. Uttering their shrill, frightening hisses, the creatures whirled around us once again, trapping us, holding us prisoner inside the circle of flames. No way we could run away. No way we could escape from them. Peering over the flying flames, I searched desperately up and down the street. No one in sight. Nothing moved. No cars, no people, not even a dog or cat. Holding their heads at their waists, the two creatures stepped up to us. They stood over us menacingly, raising the red, glowing heads high above their bare shoulders. More houses! More houses! Sorry, I had to cough. I hurt my throat that time. You cannot stop. You must keep trick-or-treating. Pick up your bags. Pick them up now, one of them growled, her head held up between her hands. She gazed down at us, her jagged lips forming an evil sneer. We don't want to trick or treat, Lee wailed, holding on to Tabby. We want to go home, Tabby cried. More houses, more houses, more houses. The Pumpkinheads continued their hissing chant. Oh, another hydrate, thank you. I appreciate all the hydrates, guys. It really helps my voice out. Let's see here. They bumped us together. They bumped us and pushed us. We had no choice. Warily, we picked up our trick-or-treat bags from where they had fallen on the grass. They moved behind us, chanting in their low, dry whispers. More houses! More houses! They pushed us onto the first house on the block. They pushed us onto the front stoop. They hovered close behind us. How long do we have to trick or treat? Tabby demanded. The Pumpkinheads grinned together. Forever, they declared. A woman came to the door and dropped packages of Hershey Kisses into our bags. You kids are awfully late, she said. Do you live around here? No, I replied. We don't really know where we are. We're in a strange neighborhood and we're being forced to trick-or-treat by two headless pumpkin creatures, and they said they're going to make us trick-or-treat forever. Help us, please. You've got to help us. Ha ha, that's good. The woman laughed. That's very funny. You have a very good imagination. She closed the door before I could even get out another word. You know, instead of saying headless pumpkin people, you could just say there's two grown-ups forcing you to trick-or-treat. Then that would be like, oh. Also, hi, Captain Lila. Welcome to stream. How are you doing today? At the next house, we didn't even bother to ask for help. We knew no one would believe us. Your bags are so full, the woman exclaimed. You must have been trick-or-treating for hours. We like candy a lot, Walker replied warily. I glanced back at the Pumpkinheads. They were motioning impatiently. They wanted us to move on to the next house. We said goodbye to the woman and made our way across the front yard. Our trick-or-treat bags were so heavy, so we dragged them along the grass. As we headed to the next driveway, Tabby hurried up beside me. What are we going to do? She whispered in my ear. How are we going to get away from these monsters? I shrugged. I didn't know how to answer her. I'm so scared, Tabby confessed. You don't think these pumpkin creatures really plan to make us trick-or-treat forever, do you? What do they want? Why are they doing this to us? I don't know, I said, swallowing hard. I could see that Tabby was about to cry. Lee was walking with his head down. He dragged his bulging trick-or-treat bag behind him. He was shaking his head and muttering to himself. We stepped up to the next porch and rang the bell. A middle-aged man in bright yellow pajamas opened the door. Trick-or-treat! We cried warily. He dropped his Tootsie Rolls into our bags. Very late, he muttered. Do your parents know you're still out? We dragged on to the next house, and the next. I kept waiting for a chance to escape, but the two creatures never let us out of their sight. They stayed right with us, keeping in our shadows. Their eyes glowed red from the deepening fire inside their heads. More houses, they chanted, forcing us to cross the street and do the long row of houses on the other side. More houses! I'm so scared, Tabby repeated to me in a trembling whisper. So is Lee. We're so scared. We feel sick. I started to tell her I felt the same way, but we both gasped when we saw someone walking along the street. A man in a blue uniform. At first I thought it was a policeman, but as he stopped under the streetlight, I saw that he wore a blue work uniform. He had a blue baseball cap on his head. He carried a large black lunchbox in one hand. He must have been coming home from work. I told myself he was whistling softly to himself, walking with his head down. I don't think he saw us. Tabby changed that. Help! She screamed, Sir, please help us! The man raised his head, startled, and squinted at us. Tabby began running across the grass to him. The rest of us followed, dragging our heavy trick-or-treat bags. Help us, please! Tabby pleaded shrilly. You got to save us! The four of us hurtled breathlessly into the street. We surrounded the startled man. He narrowed his eyes at us and scratched his brown curly beard. What's wrong, kids? Are you lost? He asked. Monsters! Lisa exploded. Headless jack-o'-lantern monsters! They've captured us! They're forcing us to trick-or-treat! The man started to laugh.
No, it's true! Tabby says, you've got to believe us! You've got to help us!
Hurry! Lee cried. The man scratched his hair again and squinted at us hard, studying our faces. Hurry, please, hurry! Lee wailed. I stared back at the startled man. Would he help us? Good. How you're doing? Good. How's stream going? Stream is going pretty well, I think. I'm having fun reading this book. It's a fun book. You've got to help us, Lee pleaded. Okay, I'll go along with the joke, the man said, rolling his eyes. Where are your monsters? There, I cried. We all turned back to the front yard. No one there. The pumpkin heads were gone. Disappeared. Tabby gasped. Lee's mouth dropped open. Where did they go? Walker murmured. They were standing right there, Tabby insisted. Both of them, holding their heads in their hands. Really? The man let out a long sigh. You kids have a good Halloween, he said warily. But give me a break, okay? I just got off work and I'm beat. Is this spoopy book? Yeah. Let's see here. He shifted his black lunchbox to the other hand. Then we watched him make his way up the driveway. He disappeared around the back of the house. Let's get out of here, Lee cried. Before we could run, the two pumpkin heads leaped out from behind a low hedge. The red flames hissed inside their heads. Their jagged mouths were turned down in angry snarls. More houses, they insisted, rasping their words together. More houses, you can't stop trick-or-treating. But we're so tired, Tabby protested. Her voice cracked. Again, I saw tears wetting her eyes. Let us go, please, Lee begged. More houses, more. You can never stop, never. I can't, Lee cried. My bag is full, look. He held out the bulging trick-or-treat bag to the pumpkin heads. Candy bars spilled over the top. Mine is full too, Walker declared. It's full to the top. I can't squeeze another piece of candy corn in it. We have to go home, Tabby cried. Our bags are totally full. That's no problem, one of the pumpkin heads replied. No problem, Tabby wailed. No problem. Start eating, the pumpkin head ordered. Huh? We all gasped. Start eating, he insisted. Start eating. Hey, no way. We're not gonna stand here and... The creatures appeared to rise up. Bright yellow flames shot out from their eyes. A roar of hot wind escaped their jagged, snarling mouths. The wind burned my face. We all knew what would happen if we refused to do as they said. We'd end up inside those flames. Lee grabbed a chocolate bar from the top of his trick-or-treat bag. He tore off the wrapper with a trembling hand and shoved the candy into his mouth. We all started to eat candy. We had no choice. I shoved a Hershey bar into my mouth and started to chew. I couldn't even taste it. A big glob stuck to my teeth, but I shoved in more and kept chewing. Faster! Faster! The pumpkin heads ordered. Please! Tabby begged with a mouthful of red licorice. We can't! Faster! Eat! Eat! I shoved an entire bag of candy corn into my mouth and started to chew. I saw Walker pawing through his bag looking for something he could eat quickly. Faster! Eat! The fiery redheads demanded, floating over us. Eat! Eat! Lee choked down his fourth musketeer bar. He grabbed a Milky Way and started to unwrap it. I'm going to be sick, Tabby declared. Faster! Faster! Came the raspy command. No, really, I feel sick, she cried. Eat more! Eat faster! Lee started to choke. A gob of pink taffy shot out from his mouth. Tabby slapped him on the back and he stopped coughing. More! Faster! The pumpkinheads ordered. I can't! Lee cried in a hoarse whisper. The creatures leaned over him, angry flames shooting from their eyes. Lee grabbed a crunch bar, tore off the wrapper, and bit into it. All four of us huddled there on the curb, gobbling down candy, chewing as fast as we could, forcing it down, then shoving it in some more, trembling, frightened, feeling sick. We had no idea that the biggest horror was still to come. Ooh. Is this how you get diabetes? Maybe. I can't Eat and eat more, Tabby choked out. We had been stuffing ourselves with candy for several minutes. Tabby had chocolate running down her chin, and I saw chocolate stuck in the tangles of her blonde hair. Lee was bent over on the grass. He held his stomach and groaned. I don't feel so hot, he murmured. He let out a long, I can't read that. He let out a long, loud burp and groaned again. I never want to see another candy bar in my life, Walker whispered to me. I tried to reply, but my mouth was full. More houses, one of the pumpkin heads ordered. More houses, more trick-or-treating. No, please, Tabby begged. Bent over on the grass, Lee let out another long burp. It's almost midnight, Tabby protested. We have to go home. There are many houses to go, a pumpkin head told her, narrowing its fire eyes. Houses forever, trick-or-treat forever. But we feel sick, Lee moaned, holding his stomach. We can't do any more houses tonight. Everyone has gone to sleep, Walker told the pumpkin heads. No one will answer the door this late. They will in this neighborhood, the pumpkin head replied. No problem in this neighborhood, the other creature agreed. In this neighborhood, you could trick-or-treat forever. But, I sputtered. Yay! Hey, Strange Dragon, welcome to stream. I knew it was no use. The fiery creatures were going to force us to keep going. They weren't going to listen to our complaints. And they weren't going to let us go home. More houses, more trick-or-treat forever. Tabby helped Lee to his feet. She picked up his trick-or-treat bag and placed it in his hand. Then she brushed her hair out of her face and picked up her own bag. The four of us trooped up across the street, dragging the bags beside us. The night air had grown cold and heavy. A strong breeze rattled the trees and sent brown leaves scuttling past our feet. Our parents must be so worried, Lee murmured. It's really late. They should be worried, Tabby declared in a trembling voice. We may never see them again. The porch light at the first house was still on. The pumpkin heads forced us onto the porch. It's too late to trick-or-treat, Lee protested, but we had no choice. I rang the bell. We waited, shivering, feeling heavy and sick from all the candy we had forced down. Slowly, the front door opened, and we all gasped in shock. Oh! A low cry escaped Walker's throat. Lee jumped off the porch. I stared at the creature in the yellow porch light. A woman with a grinning jack-o'-lantern head. Trick or treat, she asked, turning her jagged smile on us. Orange flames danced and flickered inside her head. Walker hopped off the porch and stumbled into Lee. I stared at the grinning pumpkin head. This is a nightmare, I told myself. A living nightmare. The woman dropped some kind of candy into my bag. I didn't even see what it was. I couldn't take my eyes off of her pumpkin head. Are you? I started to ask, but she closed the front door before I could get the words out. More houses, the pumpkin heads commanded. More trick-or-treating. We dragged ourselves onto the next little house. The door swung open as we climbed over onto the front step. And we stared at another pumpkin head creature. This one wore jeans and a maroon sweatshirt. The flames hissed and crackled behind his eyes and mouth. Two wide, crooked teeth were carved into his mouth, one on top of one below, giving him a silly expression, but my friends and I were too terrified to laugh. At the next house, we were greeted by two jack-o'-lantern creatures. We crossed the street and found another fiery-headed creature waiting for us at the next house. Where are we? I wondered. What is this strange neighborhood? The two pumpkin heads forced us onto the next block. The houses here all had jack-o'-lantern creatures living in them. At the end of the block, Tabby set down her trick-or-treat bag and turned to face the pumpkin heads. Please, let us stop, she begged. Please. We can't do any more houses, Lee exclaimed weakly. I'm so tired and I'm really feeling sick. Please, Walker pleaded, please. I can't do another house. I really can't. Oh wait, no, that's Tabby again. I can't do another house. I really can't, Tabby said, shaking her head. I'm so frightened. Those creatures in every house. She uttered a sob and her voice trailed off. Lee crossed his arms over the front of his striped costume. I'm not taking another step, he insisted. I don't care what you do. I'm not moving. Me neither, Tabby agreed, stepping close behind him. The two pumpkin heads didn't reply. Instead, they rose up high into the air. I took a step back as their triangle eyes bulged wide and their mouths stretched open. Bright orange flames flew from their eyes, and then their mouths stretched even wider, and they both let out a high wail. The shrill sound rose and fell through the heavy night air, rose and fell like police sirens. The two pumpkin heads didn't... Oh, wait, no, I already read that. And their mouths stretched even wider. Oh, wait, no. The pumpkin heads tilted back until their flames shot straight up into the sky, and their siren wails grew louder, louder, until I had to hold my hands over my ears. I saw a flash of light and turned to see another pumpkin head floating towards us from across the street. Oh! I uttered a hoarse cry as two more pumpkin head creatures hurried out of their houses. And then two more, and then another creature, and another. All down the block, doors flew open. Creatures floated out, floated towards us, hissing and wailing. Flickering, dancing flames shot out from their jack-o'-lantern eyes and mouths, sending orange light into the black sky. They floated and bobbed down the street, across the dark lawns, wailing like sirens, hissing like snakes. Closer, closer, dozens of them, dozens and dozens. Walker, Tabby, and Lee and I pressed close together in the middle of the street as the pumpkin-headed creatures drew near. They formed a circle around us, a circle of grinning, fiery jack-o'-lantern faces over dark-robed bodies. The circle of creatures spun around us slowly, and as they spun, their heads bobbed and tilted on their shoulders. Slowly, slowly, they spun around us, and then they began to chant in their hoarse, crackly voices. Trick or treat, trick or treat, trick or treat. What do they want? Tabby cried. What are they going to do? I didn't have a chance to answer her. Four creatures stepped quickly into the middle of the circle, and when I saw what they carried in their hands, I started to scream. Trick or treat, trick or treat, trick or treat. My scream drowned out the chanting pumpkin heads. As their four creatures stepped forward, the chanting stopped. Their jack-o'-lantern heads bobbed on their shoulders. The ragged smiles grew wider as they came near. They held their hands waist high. In their hands, they each held a pumpkin head. 4 extra pumpkin heads. Oh no, Lee cried out when he saw them. Tabby grabbed Lee's arm in terror. What are they going to do with those heads? Bright yellow flames flickered from the eyes and grinning mouths of the 4 extra heads. These are for you, a pumpkin head announced in a voice that sounded like sharp pieces of gravel being rubbed together. Oh, a low moan escaped my throat. I stared at the empty heads, stared at the fiery eyes, their ugly grins. These are for you, the pumpkin heads repeated, stepping closer. These will be your new heads. No, you can't, you can't, Tabby screamed. Her cry was cut off as one of the creatures raised a pumpkin head over her. It had a hole cut in the bottom. The creature slammed the pumpkin head over her Tabby's head. Lee tried to run, but a creature moved quickly to block his way and then slammed a pumpkin head onto Lee's head. I stumbled back, my mouth opened in amazement. Hands pressed helplessly against the sides of the pumpkin heads. Tabby and Lee ran down the street, ran blindly, ran screaming into the darkness, and then the creatures returned to Walker and me and raised the empty pumpkin heads high. Please, I begged, please, no! Hold on, let me take another water break. Please, I cried, please don't give me a pumpkin head. Please, Walker joined in, and then we both burst out laughing. The two creatures set the empty pumpkin heads down on the ground, and then their own pumpkin heads started to change. The flames died out, the heads began to shrink and change shape. A few seconds later, Shane and Shayna had their own heads back, and then all 4 of us started to laugh. We hugged each other and spun around. We danced wildly, crazily up and down the street. We tossed back our heads and laughed at the moon and stars, laughed till it hurt. It worked, guys, I claimed when we finally stopped celebrating. It worked, it worked. We really scared Tabby and Lee this time. They'll be scared for the rest of their lives, Walker declared. He slapped Shane on the back, then he danced another happy dance, waving his hands gleefully above his head. We did it! We did it! I chanted joyfully. We really scared them! We finally scared them! That was so much fun! Walker exclaimed, and so easy! I stepped up to Shane and Shayna and hugged them both. Of course, I exclaimed, it helps to have two aliens from another planet as friends. What? Whoa, take it easy, Shane warned, lowering his voice. He glanced around nervously. We don't want any strangers to know that we're not from Earth, Shayna said. I know, I replied. That's why we didn't use your weird powers to scare Tabby and Lee before. This year we were desperate, Walker declared. But we've got to be careful, Shayna said. Shane rose up and turned to all the other pumpkin creatures who still circled us. Thanks for your helps, brothers and sisters, Shane called to them. You better hurry home before anyone sees that we have invaded this whole neighborhood. Waving and laughing, murmuring happily to each other, the other pumpkin heads hurried back into their homes. In a few seconds, the street stood empty again, except for us fur friends. We started walking down the middle of the street, making our way home. Walker and I dragged our heavy trick-or-treat bags beside us. Walker turned to Shane and Shayna. A smile spread over his face. When do you think Tabby and Lee will discover they can just pull off the pumpkin heads? Walker asked. Maybe never, Shayna replied, and we all started laughing all over again. We didn't stop until we reached the bottom of my driveway. Thanks again, I told Shane and Shayna. You guys were great. You were greater than great. You were awesome, Walker declared. A couple of times you even scared me, and I knew it was you. Let's see. And do you know what else is great about having aliens from other planets as friends? You don't eat candy. That's right, Shane and Shayna agreed. That means Walker and I get to keep it all, I exclaimed, laughing. I suddenly had a serious thought. I stopped laughing. You know, I've never seen you two eat. I told the two aliens. What do you eat? Shayna reached out and pinched my arm. You're still really bony, Drew, she replied. You'll find out what Shane and I eat when you fill out a bit. Yeah, Shane chimed in. People from our planet only like to eat very plump adults. So you don't have to worry for now. My mouth dropped open. Hey, you're kidding, right? I demanded. Shayna, you're not serious, right? That's a joke, right? Right? This took a random turn. I agree. I did not see that twist coming. So that's the first book for tonight. Our next book that I have planned to read is... Oh, what was it called again? It was like a... Hold on. Let me check. Yeah, we have time, I think, for one more book. Maybe. Let's see. Where was it? Hold on a sec. Hold on. Okay, before we start the next book, I'm just going to take a quick break to stretch and drink some more water. But the next book we're going to be reading is called The Haunted Mask. Let's see, where is it? Haunted Mask. There it is. Haunted Mask. Yeah, that's the other one I planned on reading tonight. There it is. But yeah, I'm going to be real quick. I'm going to use the bathroom and stretch and some stuff. Yeah, I'll be right back.
I'm back. I'm back. I stretched and I used the bathroom. And I got some water here. I'm going to take a quick swig. Okay, so the next one we're reading here is The Haunted Mask. And it says, if looks could kill. Let's see here. Turn the page. Boop. There we go. Let's see. What are you going to be for Halloween? Sabrina Mason asked. She moved her fork around in a bright yellow macaroni on her lunch tray, but didn't take a bite. Carl Beth Caldwell sighed and shook her head. The overhead light on the lunchroom ceiling made her straight brown hair gleam. I don't know, a witch maybe? Sabrina's mouth dropped open. You, a witch? Well, why not? Carly Beth demanded, staring across the table at her friend. I thought you were afraid of witches, Sabrina replied. She raised a forkful of macaroni to her mouth and started to chew. This macaroni is made of rubber, she complained, chewing hard. Remind me to start packing a lunch. I'm not afraid of witches, Carly Beth insisted, her dark eyes flashing angrily. You just think I'm a big scaredy cat, don't you? Yes. She flipped her black ponytail behind her shoulders with a quick toss of her head. Hey, don't eat the macaroni, really, Carly Beth. It's gross. She reached across the table to keep Carly Beth from raising her fork. But I'm starving, Carly Beth complained. The lunchroom grew crowded and noisy. At the next table, a group of 5th grade boys were tossing a half-full carton back and forth. Carly Beth saw Chuck Green ball up a bright red fruit roll-up and shove the whole sticky thing in his mouth. Yuck! She made a disgusted face at him. Then she turned back to Sabrina. I'm not a scaredy cat, Sabrina. Just because everyone picks on me and... Carly Beth, what about last week? Remember, at my house? Sabrina ripped open a bag of tortilla chips and offered some across the table to her friend. You mean the ghost thing? Carly replied, frowning. That was really stupid. But you believed it, Sabrina said with a mouthful of chips. You really believed my attic was haunted. You should have seen the look on your face when the ceiling started to creak and we heard footsteps up there. That was so mean, Carly Beth complained, rolling her eyes. That was when you heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Your face went all white and you screamed, Sabrina recalled. It was only Chuck and Steve. You know I'm afraid of ghosts, Carly Beth said, blushing. And snakes, and bugs, and loud noises, and dark rooms, and witches, Sabrina declared. I don't see why you have to make fun of me, Carly Beth pouted. She shoved her lunch tray away. I don't see why everyone thinks it's so much fun to try to scare me, even you, my best friend. I'm sorry, Sabrina said sincerely. She reached across the table and squeezed Carly Beth's wrist reassuringly. You're just so easy to scare. It's hard to resist. Here, you want some chips? You want some more chips? She shoved the bag toward Carly Beth. Maybe I'll scare you someday, Carly Beth threatened. Her friend laughed. No way! Carly Beth continued to pout. She was 11. But she was tiny, and with her round face and short stub of a nose, which she hated and wished would grow longer, she looked much younger. Sabrina, on the other hand, was tall, dark, and sophisticated looking. She had straight black hair tied behind her head in a ponytail and enormous dark eyes. Everyone who saw them together assumed that Sabrina was 12 or 13, but actually Carly Rae was a month older than her friend. Maybe I won't be a witch, Carly Beth said thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hands. Maybe I'll be a disgusting monster with hanging eyeballs and green slime dripping down my face and... Oh, wait, hold on, I gotta burp. As I recall, this is the most successful book of the entire series. It also sold more copies of than any other Goosebump book. Yeah, that's why I picked it, because everybody said I went through like a bunch of tier lists, and everybody said that this was like the top one, so I picked this one. And also, I do remember seeing this one on TV in the TV series, and it scared me so much that I wasn't allowed to watch or read anything from Goosebumps because of that. I wasn't supposed to watch the show in the first place, but I did watch it, and then it scared me so much that my parents wouldn't let me go anywhere near Goosebumps. Let's see here. Where was I?
A loud crash made Carly Beth scream. It took a few seconds to realize that it had just been a lunch tray hitting the floor. She turned to see Gabe Moser, his face bright red, drop to his knees and start scooping his lunch off the floor. The lunchroom rang out with cheers and applause. Carly Beth hunched down in her seat, embarrassed that she had screamed. Her breathing had just returned to normal when a strong hand grabbed her shoulder from behind. Carly Beth's shriek echoed through the room. Ah! She heard laughter. At another table, someone yelled, "Way to go, Steve!" She whipped her head around to see her friend Steve Boswell standing behind her, a mischievous grin on his face. "Gotcha," he said, letting go of her shoulder. Steve pulled out the chair next to Carly Beth's and lowered himself over its back. His best friend Chuck Green slammed his book bag onto the table and then sat down next to Sabrina. Steve and Chuck looked so much alike, they could have been brothers. Both were tall and thin, with straight brown hair, which they usually hid under baseball caps. Both had dark brown eyes and goofy grins. Both wore faded jeans and dark-colored long-sleeved t-shirts. And both of them loved to scare Carly Beth. They loved to startle her, to make her jump and shriek. They spent hours dreaming up new ways to frighten her. She vowed every time that she would never, never fail for one of her fall for one of their stupid tricks again. But so far, they had won every time. I had a Goosebumps VHS when I was a kid and it gave me nightmares for years. Oh no! Let's see here. Wait, where was I? Oh no! Carly Beth always threatened to pay them back, but in all that time they'd been friends, she hadn't been able to think of anything good enough. Chuck reached for the few remaining chips in Sabrina's bag. She playfully slapped his hand away. "Go get your own." Steve had a crinkled hunk of aluminum foil under Carly Beth's nose. "Want a sandwich? I don't want it." Carly Beth sniffed at it suspiciously. "What kind is it? I'm starving." "It's a turkey sandwich here," Steve said, handing it to Carly Beth. "It's too dry. My mom forgot the mail. You want it?" "Yeah, sure, thanks," Carly Beth exclaimed. She took the sandwich from him and peeled back the aluminum foil. As she took a big bite of the sandwich, as she started to chew, she realized that both Steve and Chuck were staring at her with big grins on their face. Something tasted funny, kind of sticky and sour. Carly Beth stopped chewing. Chuck and Steve were laughing now. Sabrina looked confused. Carly Beth uttered a disgusted groan and spit the chewed-up sandwich hunk into a napkin. Then she pulled the bread apart and saw a big brown worm resting on the top of the You children are nasty! Oh! With a moan, she covered her face with her hands. The room erupted with laughter, cruel laughter. "I ate a worm! I'm gonna be sick!" Carly Beth groaned. She jumped to her feet and stared angrily at Steve. "How could you?" she demanded. It isn't funny. It's a real worm," Chuck said. Steve was laughing too hard to talk. "Huh?" Carly Beth gazed down at it and felt a wave of nausea rise up on her stomach. "It isn't real. It's rubber. Pick it up," Chuck urged. Carly Beth hesitated. Kids all through the vast room were whispering and pointing at her, all and laughing. "Go ahead. It isn't real. Pick it up," Chuck said, grinning. Carly Beth reached down with 2 fingers and reluctantly picked up the brown worm from the sandwich. It felt warm and sticky. "Gotcha again," Chuck said with a laugh. It was real. A real worm. With a horrified cry, Carly Beth tossed the worm at Chuck, who was laughing wildly as she leapt away from the table, knocking the chair over. Then she leapt away from the table, knocking the chair over. As the chair clattered noisily against the hard floor, Carly Beth covered her mouth and ran gagging from the lunchroom. "I can still taste it," she thought. "I can still taste the worm in my mouth. I'll pay them back for this," Carly Beth thought bitterly as she ran. "I'll pay them back. I really will." As she pushed through the double doors and hurtled towards the girls' room, the cruel laughter followed her across the hall. After school, Carly Beth hurried through the halls without talking to anyone. She heard kids laughing and whispering. She knew they were laughing at her. Word had spread all over the school that Carly Beth Caldwell had eaten a worm for lunch. Carly Beth, the scaredy cat. Carly Beth, who was frightened of her own shadow. Carly Beth, who was easy to trick. I feel like this is giving me Carrie vibes. Yeah, and then she got psychokinetic powers and killed them all. Let's see. Chuck and Steve had sneaked a real worm, a fat brown worm, into a sandwich, and Carly Beth had taken a big bite. What a jerk! Carly Beth had ran all the way home, 3 long blocks. Her anger grew with every step. How could they do that to me? They're supposed to be my friends. Why do they think it's so funny to scare me? She burst into the house, breathing hard. Anybody home? She called, stepping into the hallway and leaning against the banister to call her breath. Her mother hurried from the kitchen. Carly Beth, hi, what's wrong? I ran all the way, Carly Beth told her, pulling off her blue windbreaker. Why? Miss Caldwell asked. Just felt like it, Carly Beth replied moodily. Her mother took Carly Beth's windbreaker and hung it in the front closet for her. Then she brushed her hand affectionately through Carly Beth's soft brown hair. Where'd you get that straight hair? She muttered. Her mother was always saying that. We don't look like mother and daughter at all, Carly Beth realized. Her mother was a tall, chubby woman with thick curls of coppery hair and lively gray-green eyes. She was extremely energetic, seldom stood still, and talked as rapidly as she moved. Today she was wearing a paint-stained gray sweatshirt over the black lycra tights? What are lycra tights? I don't know. Is that a brand from back then? I don't know. Why so grumpy? Why so grumpy, Miss Caldwell asked. Anything you'd care to talk about? Carly Beth shook her head. Not really. She didn't feel like telling her mother that she had become the laughingstock of Walnut Avenue Middle School. Come here, I have something to show you, Miss Caldwell said, tucking Carly Beth toward the living room. I'm really not in the mood, Mom, Carly Beth told her, hanging back. Come on, her mother insisted, and pulled her across the hallway. Carly Beth always found it impossible to argue with her mother. She was like a hurricane, sweeping everything in her direction. Look, Miss Caldwell declared, grinning and gesturing to the mantelpiece. Carly Beth followed her mother's gaze to the mantel and cried out in surprise, It's a head! Carly, wait, where is I? Oh. Not just any head, Miss Caldwell said. Go on, take a closer look. Carly Beth took a few steps towards the mantelpiece, her eyes on the head staring back at her. It took her a few moments to realize the straight brown hair, the brown eyes, the short snip of the nose, the round cheeks. It's me, she cried, walking up to it. Yes, life-size, Miss Caldwell declared. I just came from my art class at the museum. I finished it today. What do you think? Carly Beth picked it up and studied it closely. It looks just like me, Mom. Really, what's it made of? Plaster of Paris, her mother replied, taking it from Carly Beth and holding it up so that the Carly Beth was face to face, eye to eye with herself. You have to be careful. It's delicate. It's hollow, see? Carly Beth stared intently at the head, peering into her own eyes. It's kind of creepy, she muttered. You mean because I did such a good job? Her mother demanded. It's just creepy, that's all, Carly Beth said. She forced herself to look away from the replica of herself and saw that her mother's smile had faded. Miss Caldwell looked hurt. Don't you like it? Yeah, sure. It's really good, Mom, Carly Beth answered quickly. But, I mean, why on earth would you make this? Because I love you, Miss Caldwell replied curtly. Why else? Honestly, Carly Beth, you have the strangest reactions to things. I've worked really hard on this sculpture, and I thought, I'm sorry, Mom. I like it. Really, I do, Carly Beth insisted. It was just a surprise, that's all. It's great. It looks just like me. I had a bad day, that's all. Carly Beth took another long look at the sculpture. Its brown eyes, her brown eyes, stared back at her. The brown hair shimmered in the afternoon sunlight through the window. It smiled at me, Carly Beth thought, her mouth dropping open. I saw it. I just saw it smile. No, it had just been a trick of the light. It was a plaster of Paris head, she reminded herself. Don't go scaring yourself over nothing, Carly Beth. Haven't you made a big enough fool of yourself today? Thanks for showing it to me, Mom, she said, awkwardly pulling her eyes away. She forced a smile. 2 heads are better than 1, right? Right, Miss Caldwell agreed brightly. Incidentally, Carly Beth, your duck costume is all ready. I put it on your bed. Huh? Duck costume? You saw a duck costume at the mall, remember? Miss Caldwell carefully placed the sculpted head onto the mantel. The one with all the feathers and everything? You thought it would be funny to be a duck this Halloween, so I made you a duck costume. Oh, right, Carly Beth said, her mind spinning. Do I really want to be a stupid duck this Halloween, she thought. I'll go up and take a look at it, Mom. Thanks. Carly Beth had forgotten all about the duck costume. I don't want to be a duck this Halloween, she thought as she climbed up the stairs to her room. I want to be scary. She had some really scary looking masks in the window and a new party store that had opened in the window of an... Wait, I can't read that. Let me read that. She had seen some really scary looking masks in the window of a new party store that had opened a few blocks from school. One of them she knew would be perfect. But now she had to walk around in feathers and have everyone quack at her and make fun of her. It wasn't fair. Why did her mother have to listen to every word she said? Just because Carly Beth had admired a duck costume in a store didn't mean she wanted to be a stupid duck for Halloween. Carly Beth hesitated outside her bedroom. The door had been pulled closed for some reason. She never closed the door. She listened carefully. She thought she heard someone breathing on the other side of the door. Someone or something. I want to be a duck too. Yeah, me too. That sounds like a cute costume for Halloween. I bet her mom made her a really fluffy yellow duck costume. I bet she did. The breathing grew louder. Carly Beth pressed an ear to the door. What was in her room? There was only one way to find out. Carly Beth pulled open the door and uttered a startled cry. Quack! With a hideous cry, an enormous white feathered duck, its eyes wild and frenzied, leapt at Carly Beth. As she staggered backward in astonishment, the duck knocked her over and pinned her to the hallway floor. Quack! Quack! The costume has come alive! That was Carly Beth's first frightened thought. Then she quickly realized the truth. Noah, get off me! She demanded, trying to push the big duck off her chest. The white feathers brushed against her nose. Hey, that tickles! She sneezed. Noah, come on! Quack! Noah, I mean it, she told her 8-year-old brother. What are you doing to my costume? It's supposed to be my costume. I was just trying it on, Noah said, his big blue eyes staring down at her through the white and yellow duck mask. Did I scare you? Not a bit, Carly Beth lied. Now get up, you're heavy. He refused to budge. Why do you always want everything that's mine? Carly Beth demanded angrily. I don't. And why do you think it's so funny to try to scare me all the time? She asked. I can't help it if you get scared every time I say boo, he replied nastily. Get up, get up. He quacked a few more times, flapping the feathery wings. Then he climbed to his feet. Can I have this costume? It's really neat. Carly Beth frowned and shook her head. You got feathers all over me. You're molting. Oh, never mind. The costume's terrifying. Molting? What's that mean? Noah demanded. He pulled off the mask. His blonde hair was damp from sweat and matted against his head. It means you're going to be a bald duck, Carly Beth told him. I don't care. Can I have the costume? Noah asked, examining the mask. It fits me, really. I don't know, Carly Beth told him. Maybe. The phone rang in her room. Get lost, okay? Go fly south for the winter or something, she said, and hurried to answer the phone. As she ran to her desk, she saw the white feathers all over her bed. That costume will never survive till Halloween, she thought. She picked up the receiver. Hello? Oh, hi, Sabrina. Yeah, I'm okay. Sabrina had called to remind Carly Beth that the school science fair was tomorrow. They had to finish their project, a model of the solar system constructed with ping pong balls. Come over after dinner, Carly Beth told her. It's almost finished. We just have to paint it. My mom said she's going to help us take it to school tomorrow. They chatted for a while. Then Carly Beth confided, I was so mad, Sabrina, at lunch today. Why do Chuck and Steve think it's funny to do things like that? Sabrina was silent for a moment. I guess it's because you're so scarable, Carly Beth. Scarable? You scream so easily, Sabrina said. Other people get scared, but they're more quiet about it. You know Chuck and Steve? They don't really mean to be mean. They just think it's funny. Well, I don't think it's funny at all, Carly Beth replied unhappily. And I'm not going to be scarable anymore. I mean it. I'm not ever going to scream or get frightened again. The science projects were all set up for judging on the stage. in the auditorium. Mrs. Armbuster, the principal, and Mr. Smythe, the science teacher, walked from display to display, making notes on their clipboards. The solar system, as designed by Carly Beth and Sabrina, had survived the trip to school in pretty good shape. Pluto had a slight dent in it, which the girls had struggled unsuccessfully to straighten out, and Earth kept coming loose from its string and bouncing across the floor, but both girls agreed the display looked pretty good. Maybe it wasn't as impressive as Martin Goodman's project. Martin had built a computer from scratch, but Martin was a genius, and Carly Beth figured the judges didn't expect anyone else to be geniuses too. Looking around the crowded noisy stage, Carly Beth saw other interesting projects. Mary Sue Chong had built something in a kind of electronic robot arm that could pick up a cup and wave to people, and Brian Baldwin had several glass bottles filled with brown gunky stuff that he claimed was toxic waste. Someone had done a chemical analysis on the town's drinking water, and someone had built a volcano that would erupt when the two judges came by. Our project is kind of boring, Sabrina whispered nervously to Carly Beth, her eyes on the two judges who were oohing and ahhing over Martin Goodman's homemade computer. I mean, it's just painted ping pong balls on strings. I like our project, Carly Beth insisted. We worked hard on it, Sabrina. I know, Sabrina replied fretfully, but it's still kind of boring. The volcano erupted, sending up a gusher of red liquid. The judges were impressed. Several kids cheered. Uh-oh, here they come, Carly Beth whispered, jamming her hands into her jean pockets. Mrs. Armbuster and Mr. Smythe, smiles plastered all over their faces, were coming closer. They stopped to examine a display of light and crystals. Suddenly, Carly Beth heard an excited shout from somewhere behind her on the stage. My tarantula! Hey, my tarantula got out! She recognized Steve's voice. Oh wait, that was Steve? My tarantula got out! Where's my tarantula? He called. Several kids uttered startled cries. Some kids laughed. I'm not gonna get scared, Carly Beth told herself, swallowing hard. She knew she was terrified of tarantulas, but this time she was determined not to show it. My tarantula got away! Steve shouted over the roar of excited voices. I'm not going to get scared, Carly Beth repeated to herself. But then she felt something pinch the back of her leg and dig its spiny pincer into her skin, and Carly Beth uttered a shrill scream of terror that rang out through the auditorium. So tarantulas don't really bite unless they're feeling like they're gonna get killed or eaten. So I don't know why this book is villainizing tarantulas, but that's kind of lame. Two of my friends had tarantulas growing up, and one of them was named Margarita, and my hubby says that they were very nice tarantulas. He grew up with them. They're his friends, but they're my friends now. But yeah, he said they were very nice. Carly Beth screamed and knocked over the solar system. She kicked her leg wildly, trying to toss off the tarantula. Ping pong ball planets bounced all over the floor. She screamed again, Get it off of me! Get it off! Carly Beth, stop! Sabrina pleaded. You're okay! It took Carly Beth a long while to realize that everyone was laughing. Her heart pounded. She spun around to find Steve down on his hands and knees behind her. He had made a pinching motion with his thumb and finger. Gotcha again, he said, grinning up at her. Oh, so it was him? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. No! Carly Beth cried. There was no tarantula, she realized. Steve had just pinched her leg. She raised her head and saw the kids all over the stage were laughing. Miss Armbruster and Mr. Smythe were laughing too. That name is hard to say. Armbruster. With a cry of anger, Carly Beth tried to kick Steve in the side, but he had spun away. She missed. Help me pick up the planets, she heard Sabrina say, but Sabrina seemed far, far away. All Carly Beth could hear was the pounding in her heart and the laughter of all the kids around her. Steve had climbed to his feet. He and Chuck were side by side, grinning at her, slapping each other high fives. Carly Beth, help me, Sabrina pleaded, but Carly Beth spun away, jumped off the stage and ran, escaping the dark auditorium aisle. I'm going to pay Steve and Chuck back, she vowed angrily, her sneakers thudding loudly up on the concrete aisle. I'm going to scare them, really scare them. But how? Let me take a quick swig of water. Just a sec. Oh no, I dropped something. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Let's see. Okay, what time should I meet you? Carly Beth asked, cradling the phone between her chin and shoulder. On the other end of the line, Sabrina considered for a moment. How about 7:30? It was Halloween. The plan was to meet at Sabrina's house, then go trick-or-treating through the entire neighborhood. The earlier the better. We'll get more candy. Did Steve call you? Yeah, he called, Carly Beth replied bitterly. Did he apologize? Yeah, he apologized, Carly Beth muttered, rolling her eyes. Big deal, I mean. He already made me look like a jerk in front of the entire school. What good is an apology? I think he felt bad. I hope he felt bad, Carly Beth exclaimed. It was so mean. It was a dirty trick, Sabrina agreed. And then she added, but you'll have to admit it was kind of funny. I don't have to admit anything, Carly Beth snapped. Has it stopped raining? Sabrina asked, changing the subject. Carly Beth pulled back the curtain to glance out her bedroom window. The evening sky was charcoal gray. Dark clouds hovered low, but the rain had stopped. The street glistened wetly under the light of a street lamp. No rain. I've got to go. See you at 7:30, Carly Beth said, speaking rapidly. Hey, wait, what about your costume? Sabrina demanded. It's a surprise, Carly Beth told her, and hung up. It'll be a surprise to me, too, she told herself, glancing unhappily at the feathery duck costume rolled up on the chair in the corner. Carly Beth's plan had been to go to the new party store after school and pick out the ugliest, most disgusting, scariest mask they had. But her mother had picked her up after school and insisted that she stay home and watch Noah for a couple hours. Miss Caldwell hadn't returned home until 5:15. Now it was nearly 5:45. There was no way the party store would still be open. Carly Beth thought, frowning at the duck costume. Quack, quack, she said miserably. She walked to the mirror and ran a hairbrush through her hair. Maybe it's worth a try, she thought. Maybe the store stays open late on Halloween. She pulled open her top dresser drawer and took out her wallet. Did she have enough money for a good scary mask? $30. Her life savings. Oh man. To be 11 and have $30 is your life savings. Let's see. She wadded up the bells and stuffed them back into the wallet. Then, jamming the wallet into her jeans pocket, she grabbed her coat and hurried downstairs and out the front door. The evening air was cold and damp. Carly Beth struggled to zip her coat as she jogged toward the party store. The house next door had a glowing jack-o'-lantern in the front window. The house on the corner had paper skeletons strung up across the front porch. The wind howled through the bare trees. The branches above her head shook and rattled like bony arms. What a creepy night, Carly Beth thought. She started running a little faster. A car rolled silently by, sending harsh... Oh! Thank you so much for the follow, Zeppelin. Welcome to the Trash Panda Army. Are you a raccoon? I am a raccoon. Thank you for guessing right. I am. I'm a princess raccoon. But right now I'm dressed up as a vampire. For Halloween. Welcome to stream. Hope you're having a good night. We are reading through The Haunted Mask by R.L. Stein from the Goosebumps series. Let's see. Where am I? I lost my place. Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay. See. The house on the corner had paper skeletons strung up across the front porch. The wind howled through the bare trees. The branches above her head shook and rattled like bony arms. What a creepy night, Carly Beth thought. She started running a little faster. A car rolled by, sending harsh white light floating across the sidewalk like a bright ghost. Glancing across the street, Carly Beth saw the old carpenter mansion looming over its dark, weeded and choked lawn. Everyone said that the ramshackle old house was haunted by people who had been murdered inside it hundreds of years ago. Once, Carly Beth had heard frightening howls coming from inside the old mansion. When she was Noah's age, Steve and Chuck and some other kids had dared each other to go up to the house and knock on the door. Carly Beth had run home instead. She never did find out if the other kids were brave enough to do it. Now Carly Beth felt a cheer of fear as she hurried past the old house. She knew this neighborhood really well. She had lived in it her entire life, but tonight it looked different to her. Was it the wet glow left by the rain? No, it was the heavy feeling in the air, a heavier darkness, the eerie orange glow of grinning pumpkins in windows, the silent cries of ghouls and monsters waiting to float free on the night to celebrate Halloween. Trying to force all the scary thoughts from her mind, Carly Beth turned the corner. The little party store came into view. The windows were lighted, revealing 2 rows of Halloween masks staring out into the street. But was the store still open? Crossing her fingers, Carly Beth waited for a truck to rumble past, then eagerly jogged across the street. She stopped for a second to examine the masks in the window. There were gorilla masks, monster masks, some sort of blue-haired alien mask. Pretty good, she thought. These are pretty ugly. But they probably have even scarier ones inside. The lights were in the store. She peered through the glass door, and then she tried turning the knob. It didn't move. She tried again. She tried pulling the door open. Then she tried pushing. No way. She was too late. The store was closed. Okay, I'm gonna take a swig of water. Hold on. Okay. Carly Beth sighed and peered in through the glass. The walls of the tiny store were covered with masks. The masks seemed to stare back at her. They're laughing at me, she thought unhappily. Laughing at me because I'm too late, because the store is closed and I'm going to have to be a stupid duck for Halloween. Suddenly, a dark shadow moved across the glass, blocking Carly Beth's view. She gasped and took a step back. It took her a moment to realize that the shadow was a man in a black suit staring at her, a look of surprise on his face. Are you close? Carly Beth shouted through the glass. The man gestured that he couldn't hear her. He turned the lock and pulled the door open an inch. Can I help you? He asked curtly. He had shiny black hair, parted in the middle and slicked down on his head, and he had a pencil-thin black mustache. Are you open? Carly Beth asked timidly. I need a Halloween mask. It's very late, the man replied, not answering her question. He pulled the door open another few inches. We normally close at 5. I really would like to buy a mask, Carly Beth told him in her most determined voice. The man's tiny black eyes peered into hers. His expression remained blank. Come in, he said quietly. As Carly Beth stepped past him into the store, she saw that he wore a black cape. It must be a Halloween costume, she told herself. I'm sure he doesn't wear that all the time. She turned her attention to the masks on the 2 walls. What kind of mask are you looking for? The man asked, closing the door behind him. Carly Beth felt a stab of fear. His black eyes glowed like 2 burning coals. He seemed so strange, and here she was, locked in the closed store with him. Oh no! Stranger danger! Wee woo! Wee woo! A scary one, she stammered. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He pointed to the wall. The gorilla mask has been very popular. It has real hair. I believe I may have one left in stock. Carly Beth stared up at the gorilla mask. She didn't really want to be a gorilla. It was too ordinary. It wasn't scary enough. Do you have anything scarier? She asked. He flipped his cape back over the shoulder of his black suit. How about that yellowish one with the pointy ears? He suggested, pointing. I believe it's some sort of Star Trek character. I still have a few of them, I believe. No, Carly Beth shook her head. I need something really scary. A strange smile formed under the man's thin mustache. His eyes burned into hers, as if trying to read her thoughts. Look around, he said, with a sweep of his hand. Everything I have left in stock is up on the walls. Carly Beth turned her gaze to the mask. A pig mask with long, ugly tusks and blood trickling from the snout caught her eye. Pretty good, she thought, but not quite right. A hairy werewolf mask with white pointy fangs was hung beside it. Again, too ordinary, Carly Beth decided. Her eyes glanced over a green Frankenstein mask, a Freddy Krueger mask that came with Freddy's hand, complete with long silvery blades for fingers, and an E.T. mask. Just not scary enough. Just not scary enough, Carly Beth thought, starting to feel a little desperate. I need something that will really make Steven... Thank you for the bits. I need something that... Wait, where is I? That will really make Chuck and Steve die of fright. Young lady, I'm afraid must ask you to make your choice, the man in the cape said softly. He had moved behind the narrow counter at the front and was turning the key on the register. We really are closed after all. Imagining Freddy Krueger and Goosebumps would be a rather creepy thing. Yeah. I'm sorry, Carly Beth started. It's just that the phone rang before she could finish explaining. The man picked it up quickly and began talking in a low voice, turning his back to Carly Beth. She wandered toward the back of the store, studying the mask as she walked. She passed a black cat mask with a long, ugly yellow fangs. A vampire mask with bright red blood trickling down its lips was hung next to a grinning bald mask of Uncle Fester from the Addams family. Not right, Carly Beth thought, frowning. She hesitated when she spotted a narrow door slightly opened at the back of the store. Was there another room? Were there more monsters back there? She glanced at to the front. The man hidden behind his cape still had his back to her as he talked to the phone. Carly Beth gave the door a hesitant push to peek inside. The door creaked open. Pale orange light washed over the small, shadowy back room. Carly Beth stepped inside and gasped in amazement. 24 empty eye sockets stared blindly at Carly Beth. She gaped in horror at the distorted, deformed faces. They were masks, she realized. 2 shelves of masks. But the masks were so ugly, so grotesque, so real, they made her breath catch in her throat. Carly Beth gripped at the door frame, reluctant to enter the tiny back room, staring into the dim orange light. She studied the hideous masks. One mask had long, stringy yellow hair falling over its bulging green forehead. Its hairy black rat's head poked up from the knot in the hair, and the rat's eyes gleamed like 2 dark jewels. The mask beside it had a large nail struck through the eye hole. Thick, wet-looking blood poured over the eye, down the cheek. Chunks of rotten skin appeared to be falling off another mask, revealing gray bone underneath. An enormous black insect, some kind of grotesque beetle, poked out from between the green and yellow decayed teeth. Carly Beth's horror mixed with excitement. She took a step into the room. The wooden floorboards creaked noisily beneath her. She took another step closer to the grotesque grinning masks. They seemed so real, so horribly real. The faces had such detail. The skin appeared to be made of flesh, not rubber or plastic. These are perfect, she thought, her heart pounding. These are just what I was looking for. They look terrifying, just propped up on the shelves. She imagined Steve and Chuck seeing one of these masks coming at them in the dark at night. She pictured herself uttering a blood-curdling scream and leaping out from behind a tree in one of them. She imagined the horrified expressions on the boys' faces. She pictured Steve and Chuck shrieking in terror and running for their lives. Perfect! Perfect! What a laugh that would be! What a victory! Carly Beth took a deep breath and stepped up to the shelves. Her eyes settled on an ugly mask on the lower shelf. It had a bulging, bald head. Its skin was a putrid yellow-green. Its enormous sunken eyes were an eerie orange and seemed to glow. It had a broad, flat nose smashed in like a skeleton's nose. The dark-lipped mouth gaped wide, revealing jagged animal fangs. Staring hard at the hideous mask, Carly Beth reached out a hand toward it. Reluctantly, she touched the broad forehead, and as she touched it, the mask cried out. "Oh!" Carly Beth shrieked and jerked back her hand. The mask grinned at her. Its orange eyes glowed brightly. The lips appeared to curl back over the fangs. She suddenly felt very dizzy. What is going on here? As she staggered back away from the shelves, she realized that the angry cry hadn't come from the mask. It had come from behind her. Carly Beth spun around to see the black-caped store owner glaring at her from the doorway. His dark eyes flashed. His mouth was turned down into a menacing frown. "Oh, I thought," Carly Beth started, glancing back at the mask. She still felt confused. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest. "I'm sorry you saw these," the man said in a low, threatening voice. He took a step toward her, and his cape brushed the doorway. "What is he gonna do?" Carly Beth wondered, uttering a horrified gasp. "Why is he coming at me like that? What is he going to do to me?" "I'm so sorry," he repeated, his small, dark eyes burning into hers. He took another step closer. Carly Beth backed away from him. Then she uttered a startled cry as she backed into the display shelves. The hideous man jiggled and quaked as if alive. Oh, masks, not man. Oops, excuse me. "What do you mean?" she managed to choke out. I was just... "I'm sorry you saw these because they are not for sale," the man said softly. He stepped past her and straightened one of the masks on its stand. Carly Beth breathed a loud sigh of relief. He didn't mean to scare me, she told herself. "I am scaring myself." She crossed her arms in front of her coat and tried to force her heartbeat to return to normal. She stared to the side as the store owner continued to arrange the masks, handling them carefully, brushing their hair with one hand, tenderly dusting off their bulging, blood-covered foreheads. "Not for sale? Why not?" Carly Beth demanded. Her voice came out tiny and shrill. "Too scary," the man replied. He turned to smile at her. "But I want a really scary one," Carly Beth told him. "I want that one." She pointed to the mask she had touched, the mask with the open mouth and its terrifying, jagged fangs. "Too scary," the man repeated, pushing his cape behind his shoulder. "But it's Halloween," Carly Beth protested. "I have a really scary gorilla mask," the man said, motioning for Carly Beth to go back to the other front room. "Very scary. Looks like it's growling. I will give you a good price on it since it's so late." Carly Beth shook her head, and her arms crossed defiantly in front of her. "A gorilla mask won't scare Steve and Chuck," she said. The man's expression changed. "Who?" "My friends," she said. "I have to have that one," she insisted. "It's so scary, I'm almost afraid to touch it. It's perfect." "It's too scary," the man repeated, lowering his eyes to it. He ran his hand over the green forehead. "I can't take the responsibility." "It's so real looking," Carly Beth gushed. "They'll both faint. I know they will. Then they'll never try to scare me again." "Young lady," the store owner started, glancing impatiently at his watch. "I really must insist that you make up your mind. I am a patient man, but—" "Please," Carly Beth begged. "Please sell it to me. Here, look." She dug into her jeans pocket and pulled out the money she had brought. "Young lady, $30, Carly Beth said, shoving the wadded-up bills into the man's hand. "I'll give you $30 for it. That's enough, isn't it?" "It's not a matter of money," he told her. "These masks are not for sale." With an exasperated sigh, he started toward the doorway that led to the front store. "Please, I need it. I really, really need it," Carly Beth begged, chasing after him. "These masks are too real," he insisted, gesturing to the shelves. "I'm warning you." "Please, please." He shut his eyes. "You will be sorry." No, I won't. I know I won't," Carly Beth exclaimed gleefully, seeing that he was about to give in. He opened his eyes. He shook his head. She could see that he was debating with himself. With a sigh, he tucked the money into his coat pocket. Then he carefully lifted the mask from the shelf, straightening the pointed ears, and started to hand it to her. "Thanks," she cried, eagerly snatching the mask from his hands. "It's perfect! Perfect!" She held the mask by the flat nose and it felt soft and surprisingly warm. "Thanks again," she cried, hurrying to the front, and the mask gripped tightly in her hand. "Can I give you a bag for it?" the man called after her, but Carly Beth was already out of the store. She crossed the street and started to run toward home. The sky was black. No stars poked through. The street still glistened wetly from the afternoon's rain. This
This is gonna be the best trick-or-treat night ever, Carly Beth thought happily, because this is the night I get my revenge.
She couldn't wait to spring out at Steve and Chuck. She wondered what their costumes would be. They had both talked about painting their faces blue and dyeing their hair blue and being Smurfs.
Lame, really lame.
Carly Beth stopped under a streetlight and held up the mask, gripping it with both hands by its pointed ears. It grinned up at her, the two crooked rows of fangs hanging over its thick, rubbery lips.
Revenge! Revenge!
Let's see here.
Where was I?
Oh, then, tucking it carefully under one arm, she ran the rest of the way home. Stopping at the bottom of the driveway, she gazed up at her house, the front windows all glowing brightly, the porch light sending her light over the lawn.
I've just got to try this mask out on someone, she thought eagerly. I've got to see how good it is.
Her brother's grinning face popped into mind.
Noah, of course, she said aloud. Noah has really been asking for it.
Grinning gleefully, Carly Beth hurried up the drive, eager to make Noah her first victim. Not the little 8-year-old! You monster! Carly Beth crept silently through the front door and tossed her coat onto the entryway floor. The house felt really stuffy and hot. A sweet smell, the aroma of hot cider on the stove, greeted her.
Mom really gets into the holidays, she thought with a smile, tiptoeing through the front hallway, holding the mask in front of her. Carly Beth listened hard. Noah, where are you? Where are you, my little guinea pig?
Noah was always bragging about how he was so much braver than Carly Beth. He was always putting bugs down her back and rubbing rubber snakes planting rubber snakes in her bed. Anything he could think of to make her scream. She heard footsteps above her head. Noah must be up in his room, she realized.
He's probably putting on his Halloween costume.
At the last minute, Noah had decided he wanted to be a cockroach. Miss Caldwell had dashed frantically all over the house, finding the materials to build pointy feelers and a hard shell for his back.
Well, the little bug is in for a surprise, Carly Beth thought evilly.
She examined her mask.
This should send that cockroach scampering under the sink.
She stopped at the bottom of the stairs. She could hear loud music coming from Noah's room, an old heavy metal song. Gripping the mask by the rubbery neck, she raised it carefully over her head, then pulled it slowly down. It was surprisingly warm inside. The mask fit tighter than Carly Beth had imagined. It had a funny smell, kind of sour, kind of old, like damp newspapers that had been left for years in an attic or garage. She slid it all the way down until she could see through the eye holes. Then she smoothed the bulging, bald head over her head and tugged the neck down.
I should have stopped it in front of a mirror, she fretted. I can't see if it looks right.
The mask felt very tight. Her breathing echoed noisily on the flat nose. She forced herself to ignore the sour smell that invaded her nose. She held on tightly to the banister and she crept up the stairs. It was hard to see through the steps through the eye holes. She had to take the climb slowly, one step at a time. The heavy metal music ended as she stepped onto the landing. She crept silently down the hall and stepped outside Noah's door. Carly Beth edged her head into the doorway and peeked into the brightly lit room. Noah was standing in front of the mirror, adjusting the 2 long cockroach feelers above his head.
Noah, I'm coming for you, Carly Beth called.
To her surprise, her voice came out in a gruff and low. It wasn't her voice at all. Oh, I need to redo that then. Noah, I'm coming for you.
Huh?
Startled, Noah spun around. Noah, I've got you, Carly Beth shrieked, her voice deep, raspy, evil.
No!
Her brother uttered a harsh cry in protest. Even under his bug makeup, Carly Beth could see him go pale. She darted into the room, her arms outstretched as if ready to grab him.
No, please!
He cried, his expression terrified. Who are you? How did you get in?
He doesn't even recognize it's me, Carly Beth thought gleefully. And he's scared to death. Was it the hideous face, the deep rumble of the voice, or both?
Carly Beth didn't care. The mask was definitely a success. I've got you! She screamed, surprising herself at how scary her voice sounded inside the mask. No, please! Noah begged, Mom! Mom! He backed toward the bed, trembling all over, his feelers quivering in fright. Mom, help! Carly Beth burst out laughing. The laughter came out in a deep rumble. Ho 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 ho, it's me, stupid, she cried. What a yellow belly scaredy cat. Huh? Still huddled by the bed, Noah stared at her. Don't you recognize my jeans? My sweater? It's me, you idiot, Carly Beth declared in a gruff voice. But your face, the mask, Noah stammered. It really scared me. I mean, he gaped at her, studying the mask. It didn't sound like you, Carly Beth, he muttered. I thought... Carly Beth tugged at the bottom of the mask, trying to lift it off. It felt hot and sticky, and she was panting noisily. She tried pulling the bottom with both hands. The mask didn't budge. She raised her hands to the pointed ears and tried lifting them off. She tugged harder and tugged harder. She tried pulling the mask off by the top of the head. It didn't move. Hey, it won't come off, she cried. The mask, it won't come off. What's going on here? Carly Beth cried, tugging at the mask with both hands. Stop it! Noah cried. His voice sounded angry, but his eyes revealed fear. Stop kidding around, Carly Beth. You're scaring me. I'm not kidding around, Carly Beth insisted in her harsh, raspy voice. I really can't get it off. Take it off! You're not funny! Her brother shouted. With great effort, Carly Beth managed to slip her fingers under the neck of the mask. Then she pulled it away from her skin and lifted it off her head. Whew! The air felt so cool and sweet. She shook her head free. Then she playfully tossed the mask at Noah. Good mask, huh? She grinned at him. He let the mask bounce onto the bed. Then she picked it up hesitantly and examined it. Where'd you get it? He asked, poking a finger against the ugly fangs. At the new party store, she told him, wiping perspiration from her head. It's so hot inside it. Can I try it on? Noah asked, pushing his fingers through the eye holes. Not now, it's late. I'm late, she replied sharply. She laughed. You sure look scared. He tossed the mask back at her, frowning. I was just pretending, he said. I knew it was you. For sure, she replied, rolling her eyes. That's why you're scared like a maniac. I did not scream. Oh, that's why you screamed like a maniac. I read that wrong. I did not scream, Noah protested. I was just putting on an act for you. Yeah, right, Carly Beth muttered. She turned and headed toward the door, rolling the mask over her hand. How'd you change your voice like that? Noah called after her. Carly Beth stepped in the doorway and turned back at him. Her smile gave way to a puzzled expression. That deep voice was the scariest part, Noah said, staring at the mask in her hand. How did you do that? I don't know, Carly Beth replied thoughtfully. I really don't know. By the time she got to her room, she was grinning again. The mask had worked. It had been a wonderful success. Noah might not have wanted to admit it, but Carly Beth had burst in on him, growling through the hideous mask. He nearly jumped out of his cockroach shell. Look out! Look out, Chuck and Steve, she thought gleefully. You're next. She sat down on her bed and glanced at the clock radio on her bed table. She had a few minutes until it was time to meet everyone in front of Sabrina's house. Time enough to think of the best possible way to give them the scare of their lives. I don't want to just jump out at them, Carly Beth thought, playing her fingers over the sharp things. That's too boring. I want to do something they'll remember, something they'll never forget. She ran her hands along the masked pointy ears. Suddenly she had an idea. Let me take a swig of water. It's water break time. Okay. Carly Beth pulled the old broom handle from the closet. She brushed off a thick ball of dust and examined the long wooden pole. Perfect, she thought. She checked to make sure her mother was still in the kitchen. She was sure that her mother wanted to approve of what Carly Beth was about to do. Miss Caldwell still thought that Carly Beth was going to wear the duck costume. Tiptoeing silently into the living room, Carly Beth stepped up to the mantel and pulled down the plaster of Paris her mother had sculpted. It really does look just like me, Carly Beth thought, holding the sculpture waist high and studying it carefully. It's so lifelike. Mom really is talented. Carefully, she placed the head on the broomstick. and balanced it. It balanced easily. She carried it over to the hallway mirror. It looks like I'm carrying my real head on a stick, Carly Beth thought, admiring it. A wide grin broke out across her face. Her eyes sparkled gleefully. Excellent. Excellent. She leaned the head and stick against the wall and pulled on the mask. Once again, the sour aroma rushed into her nostrils. The heat of the mask seemed to wrap around her. The mask tightened against her skin as she pulled it down. Raising her eyes to the mirror, she nearly forgot herself. It's like a real face, she thought, unable to take her eyes away. My eyes seem to be part of it. It doesn't look like as if I'm peering out of eye holes. She moved the gruesome mouth up and down a few times. It moves like a real mouth, she realized. It doesn't look like a mask at all. It looks like a gross, deformed face. Working with both hands, she flattened the bulging forehead, smoothing it over her hair. Excellent, she repeated to herself, feeling her excitement grow. Excellent. The mask is perfect, she decided. She couldn't believe the man in the party store didn't want to sell it to her. Sorry, I'm trying not to burp. It was the scariest, realest, ugliest mask she had ever seen. I will be the terror of Maple Avenue tonight, Carly Beth decided, admiring herself in the mirror. Kids will be having nightmares about me for weeks. I'm going to go traumatize them. Yay! Especially Chuck and Steve, she told herself. Boo! She muttered to herself, pleasing to hear that. Boo! She muttered to herself, pleasing to hear the gruff voice had returned. I'm ready. She picked up the broomstick, carefully balanced her sculpted head on top of it, and started to the door. Her mother's voice stopped her. Carly Beth, wait up! Miss Caldwell called from the kitchen. I want to see how you look in the duck costume. Uh-oh, Carly Beth groaned out loud. Mom isn't going to like this. Oh no, that head's gonna get broken. The replica of her head, it's gonna get broken. It's gonna be sad. Carly Beth froze in the doorway. She could hear her mother's footsteps approaching the hallway. Let me see you, dear, Miss Caldwell called. Did the costume fit? Maybe I should have told her about my change of plans, Carly Beth thought guiltily. I would have said something, but I didn't want to hurt Mom's feelings. Now she's in for a shock, and she's going to be really angry when she sees I've borrowed her sculpture. She's going to make me put it back on the mantle. She's going to ruin everything. I'm kind of in a hurry, Mom, Carly Beth called, her voice deep and raspy inside the mask. I'll see you later, okay? She pulled open the front door. You can wait 1 second while I see my costume on you. Oh, wait, no. You can wait 1 second while I see my costume on you, her mother called. She rounded the corner and came into view. I'm sunk. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I am sunk, Carly Beth thought with a groan. I'm caught. The phone rang. The sound echoed loudly inside Carly Beth's mask. Her mother stopped and turned back to the kitchen. Oh, darn. I'd better answer that. It's probably your father calling from Chicago. She disappeared back to the kitchen. I'll have to see you later, Carly Beth, but be careful, okay? Carly Beth breathed a sigh of relief. Saved by the bell, she thought. Balancing the head on the broomstick, she hurried out the door. She closed the door behind her and jogged down the front yard. It had become a clear, cool night. A pale half-moon rose low over the bare trees. Fat brown leaves swirled around her ankles as she headed to the sidewalk. The plan was to meet Chuck and Steve in front of Sabrina's house. Carly Beth couldn't wait. Her head bobbed and bounced on the broomstick as she ran. The house on the corner had been decorated for Halloween. Orange lights ran along the top of the stoop. 2 large smiling pumpkins cut out stood beside the doorway. A cardboard skeleton had been popped up at the end of the front walk. I love Halloween, Carly Beth thought happily. She crossed the street onto the Sabrina's block. Next page, please. Thank you. Okay. On other Halloween nights, she had been frightened. Her friends were always playing mean tricks on her. Last year, Steve had slipped a very real-looking rubber rat into her trick-or-treat bag. When Carly Beth had reached into the bag, she felt something soft and hairy. She pulled out the rat and shrieked at the top of her lungs. She was so scared. She spilled her candy all over the driveway. Chuck and Steve thought it was a riot. So did Sabrina. They always spoiled Halloween for her. They thought it was so hilarious to scare Carly Beth and make her scream. Well, this year I won't be the only one screaming, she thought. This year I'll be the one making everyone else scream. Well, Sabrina's house was at the end of the block. As Carly Beth hurried toward it, bare tree limbs shivered above her. The half moon disappeared behind a heavy cloud, and the ground darkened. The head on the broom handle bounced and nearly fell off. Carly Beth slowed her pace. She glanced up at the head, shifting her grip on the broomstick. The eyes on the sculpted head stared straight ahead, as if watching out for trouble. In the darkness, the head looked real. The shadows moving over it as Carly Beth walked under the bare tree limbs made the eye's mouth appear to move. Hearing laughter, Carly Beth turned. Across the street, a group of trick-or-treaters were invading a brightly lit front porch. In the yellow porch light, Carly Beth saw a ghost, a mutant ninja turtle, a Freddy Krueger, and a princess in a pink ball gown and a tinfoil crown. The kids were little. Two mothers watched them from the foot of the driveway. Carly Beth watched them get their candy. Then she walked the rest of the way to Sabrina's house. She climbed the front stoop, stepping onto a white triangle of light from the porch light. She could hear voices from inside, Sabrina shouting something to her mother, a TV on in the living room. Carly Beth adjusted her mask with her free hand. She straightened the gaping, fanged mouth. Then she checked to make sure the head was balanced on the broomstick. She reached to ring Sabrina's doorbell, then stopped. Voices behind her. She turned and squinted into the darkness. Two costumed boys were approaching, shoving each other playfully on the sidewalk. Chuck and Steve. I'm just in time, Carly Beth thought happily. She leapt off the stoop and crouched behind a low evergreen shrub. Okay, guys, she thought eagerly, her heart pounding. Get ready for a scare.
Oh, revenge time. Revenge!
Carly Beth peered over the top of the shrub. The two boys were halfway up the drive. It was too dark to get a good look at their costumes. One of them wore a long overcoat and a wide-brimmed Indiana Jones fedora. She couldn't really see the other one. Carly Beth took a deep breath and prepared to leap out at them. She gripped the broomsticks tightly. My whole body is trembling, she realized. The mask suddenly felt hot, as if her excitement had heated it up. Her breath rattled noisily in the flat nose. Walking slowly, playfully, blocking each other with their shoulders like football linemen, the boys made their way up the driveway. One of them said something Carly Beth couldn't hear. The other one laughed loudly, a high-pitched giggle. Peering into the darkness, Carly Beth watched them until they were nearly right in front of the shrub. Okay, now, she declared silently, raising the broomstick with his staring head on the top. She leapt out. The boys shrieked, startled. She could see their dark eyes go wide as they gaped at her mask. A ferocious roar escaped her throat, a deep, rumbling howl that frightened even her. At the terrifying sound, both boys cried out again, and one of them actually dropped to his knees on the driveway. They both stared up at the head, bobbing on the broomstick. It seemed to glare down at them. Another howl escaped Carly Beth's throat. Carly Beth's throat. It started low, as if coming from far away. Then it pierced the air, raspy and deep, like the roar of an angry creature. No! One of the boys cried. Who are you? The other cried. Leave us alone! Carly Beth heard rapid footsteps crunching over the dead leaves in the driveway. Looking up, she saw a woman in a bulky downcoat running up the drive. Hey, what are you doing? The woman demanded, her voice shrill and angry. Are you scaring my kids? Huh? Carly Beth swallowed hard. She turned her eyes back to the two frightened boys. Wait, she cried, realizing that they weren't Chuck and Steve. What are you doing? Oh, wait. Oh, that was Carly Beth saying, wait, she realizing they weren't Chuck and Steve. What are you doing? The woman repeated breathlessly. She stepped up to the two boys and put a hand on each of their shoulders. Are you two okay? Yeah, we're okay, Mom. The one with the overcoat and fedora replied. The other boy wore white makeup and a red clown nose. She jumped out at us, he told his mother, avoiding Carly Beth's stare. She kind of scared us. The woman turned angrily to Carly Beth and shook her finger at her accusingly. Don't you have anything better to do than scare two young boys? Why don't you go pick on someone your own age? Normally, Carly Beth would have apologized. She would have explained to the woman that she had made a mistake, that she meant to scare two different boys. But hidden behind the ugly mess, she is still hearing the strange howl that had burst so unexpectedly from her throat. She didn't feel like apologizing. She felt anger, and she wasn't sure why. "Go away," she rasped, waving the broomstick menacingly. Her head, stared down at the two startled boys. "What did you say?" their mother demanded, her voice tight with growing outrage. "What did you say?" "I said go away," Carly Beth snarled in a voice so deep, so terrifying, that it even frightened her. The woman crossed her arms in front of the door, heavy down coat. Her eyes narrowed at Carly Beth. "Who are you? What is your name?" she demanded. "Do you live around here?" "Mom, let's just go," the boy with the clown face urged, tugging at her coat sleeve. "Yeah, come on," his other brother pleaded. "Go away, I'm warning you," Carly Beth growled. The woman stood her ground, her arms crossed tightly, her eyes narrowed at Carly Beth. "Just because it's Halloween doesn't give you the right—" "Mom, we want some candy," the clown pleaded, tugging his mother's sleeve. "Come on." "We're wasting the whole night," his brother complained. Carly Beth was breathing hard, her breath escaping the mask in low, noisy grunts. I sound like an animal, she thought, puzzled. What is happening to me? She could feel her anger growing. Her breathing rattled noisily in the tight mask. Her face felt burning hot. Her anger raged through her chest. Her entire body was trembling. She felt about to burst. "I'm going to tear this woman apart," Carly Beth decided. "I'm gonna kill!" Just out of nowhere, "I'm gonna kill!" We went from revenge to being very, very, murderous in like a page. "I'll chew her to bits! I'll tear her skin off her bones!" Furious thoughts raged through Carly Beth's mind. "Carly Beth, calm down! Carly Beth, calm down!" She tensed her muscles, crouched low, and prepared to pounce. But before she could make her move, the two boys pulled their mother away. "Let's go, Mom!" "Yeah, let's go! She's crazy!" "Yeah, I'm crazy! Crazy, 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 crazy!" The word repeated, roaring through Carly Beth's mind. The mask grew hotter, tighter. The woman gave Carly Beth one last cold stare. Then she turned and led the two boys down the driveway. Carly Beth stared after them, panting loudly, and she had a strong urge to chase after them, to really scare them, but a loud cry made her stop and spin around. Sabrina stood on the front stoop, leaning on the storm door, her mouth open in a wide "oh" surprise. "Who's there?" she cried, squinting at the darkness. Sabrina was dressed as Catwoman, with a silver and gray catsuit behind her silver mask. Her black hair was pulled tightly again behind her head. Her dark eyes stared intently at Carly Beth. "Don't you recognize—" "Oh, wait, sorry. Don't you recognize me?" Carly Beth rasped, stepping closer. She could see the fright in Sabrina's eyes. Sabrina gripped the door handle tightly, standing it half in and half out of her house. "Don't you recognize me, Sabrina?" She waved the head on the broomstick, as if giving her friend a clue. Sabrina gasped and raised her hand to her mouth, and she noticed the head on the pole. "Carly Beth, is that you?" she stammered. Her eyes darted from the mask to the head, then back again. "Hi, Sabrina," Carly Beth growled. "It's me." Sabrina continues to study her. "That mask!" she cried finally. "It's excellent! Really excellent! It's so scary!" "I like your catsuit," Carly Beth told her, stepping closer into the light. Sabrina's eyes were raised to the top of the broomstick. "That head! It's so real! Where did you get it?" "It's my real head," Carly Beth joked. Sabrina continued to stare at it. "Carly Beth, when I first saw it, My mom made it," Carly Beth told her, "in her art class." "I thought it was a real head," Sabrina said. She shivered. "The eyes, the way that they stare at you." Carly Beth shook the broomstick, making the head nod. Sabrina studied Carly Beth's breath. I keep saying Carly breath. Carly Beth's mask. "Wait till Chuck and Steve see your costume." "I can't wait." "Oh, no. I can't wait," Carly Beth thought darkly. "Where are they?" she demanded, glancing back at the street. "Steve called," Sabrina replied. "He said they'd be late. He has to take his little sister trick-or-treating before he can meet us." Carly Beth sighed, disappointed. We'll start without them, Sabrina suggested. They can catch up to us later. Yeah, okay, Carly Beth replied. I'll go get my coat and we can go, Sabrina said. She took one last lingering look at the head on the broomstick, and then the storm door slammed shut with a bang as she disappeared inside to get her coat. The wind picked up as the two girls made their way down the block. Dead leaves swirled at their feet. The bare trees bent and shivered. Above the dark, sloping roofs, the pale half-moon slipped in and out of the clouds. Sabrina chattered about all the problems she'd had with her costume. The first catsuit she'd bought had a long run in one leg and had to be returned. Then Sabrina couldn't find a cat-eyed mask that looked right. Carly Beth remained quiet. She couldn't hide her disappointment that Chuck and Steve hadn't met them as planned. What if they never catch up to us, she wondered. What if we don't see them at all? The whole point of the night, as far as Carly Beth was concerned, was meeting the two boys and scaring the living daylights out of them. Sabrina had given her a shopping bag to put her candy in. As they walked, Carly Beth gripped the bag in one hand, struggling to keep her head balanced on the pole on the other hand. Let me sit up real quick here. I'm going to adjust my posture. Well, there we go. Okay. Sorry, I moved around a bit there. So where did you buy your mask? Your mother didn't make it, did she? Did you go to that new party store? Can I touch it? Sabrina always talked a lot, but tonight she was going for a world's record of nonstop chatter. Carly Beth immediately stopped so that her friend could touch the mask. Sabrina pressed her fingers against the skin, then instantly jerked them back. Oh, it feels like skin! Carly Beth laughed, a scornful laugh that she had never heard before. Ho, 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 ho. Yuck! What's it made out of? Sabrina demanded. It isn't skin, is it? It's some kind of rubber, right? I guess, Carly Beth muttered. Then how come it's so warm? Sabrina asked. Is it uncomfortable to wear? You must be sweating like a pig. Feeling a surge of rage, Carly Beth dropped the bag and the broomstick. Shut up, shut up, shut up, she snarled. Then with an angry howl, she grabbed Sabrina's throat with both hands and began to choke her. Oh, a hydrate, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Why did it send twice? It looks like it only sent once on my end. But that's okay. Uh-oh, she's choking her friend. Sabrina uttered a shocked cry and staggered back, pulling herself from Carly Beth's grip. Carly Beth, she sputtered. What is happening to me? Carly Beth wondered, gaping in horror at her friend. Why did I do that? Gotcha, Carly Beth exclaimed. She laughed. You should have seen the look on your face, Sabrina. Did you think I was really choking you? Sabrina rubbed her neck with one silver-gloved hand. She frowned at her friend. That was a joke? You scared me to death. Carly Beth laughed again. Just keeping in character, she said lightly, pointing to her mask. You know, trying to get in the right mood, haha. I like scaring people, you know. Usually I'm the one who's trembling in fright. She picked up the bag and broomstick, fixing the plaster of Paris head on top. Then she hurried up to the nearest driveway toward the well-lighted house with a Happy Halloween banner in the front window. Does Sabrina believe it was just a joke? Carly Beth asked herself as she raised her shopping bag and rang the doorbell. What on earth was I doing? Why did I suddenly get so angry? Why did I attack my best friend like that? Sabrina stepped up beside her as the front door was pulled open. Two little blonde kids, a boy and a girl, appeared in the doorway. Their mother stepped up behind them. Trick or treat, Carly Beth and Sabrina called out in unison. Ooh, what a scary mask, the woman said to her two children, grinning at Carly Beth. What are you supposed to be, a cat? Oh, that's a little boy. What are you supposed to be, a cat? The little boy asked Sabrina. Sabrina meowed at them. Meow, I'm Catwoman, she told them. I don't like the other one, the little girl exclaimed to her mother. It's too scary. It's just a funny mask, the mother assured her daughter. Too scary. It's scaring me, the little girl insisted. Carly Beth leaned into the entryway of the house, bringing her grotesque face close to the little girl. I'll eat you up, she growled nastily. The little girl screamed and disappeared in the house. Her brother stared wide-eyed at Carly Beth. The mother quickly dropped candy bars into the girls' bags. You shouldn't have scared her, she said softly. She has nightmares. Instead of apologizing, Carly Beth turned to the little boy. I'll eat you up too, she snarled. Hey, stop, the woman protested. Carly Beth laughed a deep-throated laugh, jumped off the porch, and took off across the front lawn. Why'd you do that? Sabrina asked as they made their way across the street. Why'd you scare those little kids like that? The mask made me do it, Carly Beth replied. She meant it as a joke, but the thought troubled her mind. At the next few houses, Carly Beth hung back and let Sabrina do all the talking. At one house, a middle-aged man in a torn blue sweater pretended to be scared of Carly Beth's mask. His wife insisted that the girls come inside so that they could show the elderly mother the great costumes. Carly Beth groaned loudly, but followed Sabrina into the house. The old woman gazed at them blankly from the wheelchair. Carly Beth growled at her, but it didn't appear to make any impression. On their way out the door, the man in the torn sweater handed each girl a green apple. Carly Beth waited till they were down the sidewalk. Then she turned, pulled back her arm, and heaved the apple at the man's house with all her might. What's with kids throwing apples in these books? Like, eat the apple, it's food, don't waste the food. Like, why? Let's see here. It made a loud thunk as it smacked against the shingled front wall near the front door. I really hate getting apples on Halloween, Carly Beth declared, especially green ones. Carly Beth, I'm worried about you, Sabrina cried, eyeing her friend with concern. You're not acting like you at all. No, I'm not a pitiful, frightened little mouse tonight, Carly Beth thought bitterly. Give me that, she ordered Sabrina, and grabbed Sabrina's apple from her bag. Hey, stop, Sabrina protested. But Carly Beth arched her arm and tossed Sabrina's apple at the house. It clanged noisily as it hit the aluminum gutter. The man in the torn sweater poked his head out the door. Hey, what's the big idea? Run! Carly Beth screamed. The two girls took off, running at full speed down the block. They didn't stop until the house was out of sight. Sabrina grabbed Carly Beth's shoulders and held on, struggling to catch her breath. You're crazy, she gasped. You're really crazy. Takes one to know one, Carly Beth said playfully. They both laughed. I'm just going to say Carly from now on. Carly searched the block, looking for Chuck and Steve. She saw a small group of costumed kids huddled together at the door, but no sign of the two boys. Smaller houses, jammed closer together, lined up the two sides of the block. Let's split up, Carly suggested, leaning against the broomstick. We'll get more candy that way. Sabrina frowned at her friend, eyeing her suspiciously. Carly Beth, you don't even like candy, she exclaimed. Carly was already running up the driveway to the first house, her sculpted head bobbing wildly above her on a broomstick. This is my night, Carly Beth thought, accepting a candy bar from the smiling woman who answered the door. My night! She felt a tingle of excitement she'd never felt before, and a strange feeling she couldn't describe. A hunger. A few minutes later, her shopping bag started to feel heavy. She came to the end of the block. She hesitated on the corner, trying to decide whether to do the other side of the street or go on the next block. It was very dark there, she realized. The moon had once again disappeared behind the dark clouds. The corner street light was out, probably burned out. Across the street, 4 very young trick-or-treaters were giggling as they approached a house with jack-o'-lanterns on the porch. Carly Beth sank back into the darkness. She heard voices. Boys' voices. Chuck and Steve? No, the voices were unfamiliar. They were arguing about where to trick-or-treat next. One of them wanted to go home and call a friend. How about a little scare for you guys, Carly Beth thought, a smile spreading across her face. How about something to remember this Halloween night? She waited, listening until they were a few feet away. She could see them now. 2 mummies, their faces wrapped in gauze. Closer, closer, she waited for the perfect moment. Then she burst from the shadows, uttering an angry animal howl that shattered the air. The 2 boys gasped and jumped back. Hey! One of them tried to shout, but his voice caught in his throat. The other one dropped his bag of candy. As he started to pick it up, Carly Beth moved quickly. She grabbed the bag from his hand and jerked it away from him, and he started to run. Come back! That's mine! Hey! Their voices were high and shrill, filled with fear and surprise. As she ran across the street, Carly Beth glanced back to see if they were following her. No, they were too frightened. They stood huddled together in the corner, shouting after her. Holding the stolen candy bag tightly in her hand, Carly Beth tossed her head back and laughed. A cruel laugh, a triumphant laugh, a laugh she had never heard before. She emptied the boy's candy into her own bag and then tossed the bag onto the ground. She felt good, really strong, and ready for more fun. Come on, Chuck and Steve, she thought. It's your turns next. Carly Beth found Chuck and Steve a few minutes later. They were across the street from her, standing in the light of someone's driveway, examining the contents of their trick-or-treating bags. Carly Beth ducked behind the wide trunk of an old tree near the sidewalk. Her heart began to pound as she spied on them. Neither boy had bothered to put on a real costume. Chuck had a red bandana tied around his head and a black mask over his eyes. Steve had blackened his cheeks and forehead with big smudges and wore an old tennis hat and a torn raincoat. Is he supposed to be a bum? Carly Beth wondered. Oh wait, that's not the voice I was doing for Carly Beth. Is he supposed to be a bum? Carly Beth wondered. She watched them sift through their bags. They had been out for quite a while, she saw. Their bags appeared pretty full. Suddenly, Steve glanced up in her direction. Carly Beth jerked her head back behind the trunk tree. Had he seen her? No. Don't blow it now, she told herself. You waited so long for this moment. You waited so long to pay them back for all their scares. Carly Beth watched the two boys make their way up the front porch to the next house. Nearly tripping over the broomstick, she darted away from the tree. She ran across the street and ducked low behind a hedge. When they came back down the drive, When they come back down the drive, I'll leap out. I'll pounce on them, and I'll scare them to death, she thought. The low hedge smelled piney and sweet. It was still wet from the morning's rain. The wind made the leaves tremble. What was that strange whistling sound? It took Carly Beth a while to realize it was her own breathing. She suddenly began to have doubts. This isn't going to work, she thought, crouching lower behind the trembling hedge. I'm a complete jerk. Chuck and Steve aren't going to be scared by stupid masks. I'm going to jump out at them, and they're going to laugh at me, as they always do. They're going to laugh and say, "Oh, hi, Carly Beth, looking good," or something like that. And then they'll tell everyone at school how I thought I was so scary and how they recognized me immediately and what a total jerk I am, and everyone will have a good laugh at my expense. Why did I ever think this would work? What would make me think it was a high idea? Crouched behind the hedge, Carly Beth could feel her anger grow. Anger at herself. Anger at the two boys. Her face felt hot inside the ugly mask. Her heart thudded loudly. Her rapid breaths whistled against the flat nose. Chuck and Steve were approaching. She could hear their sneakers crunch over the gravel driveway. Carly Beth tensed her leg muscles and prepared to pounce. Okay, she thought, taking a deep breath. Here goes! Water break. Water break. Water break. Okay. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. The two boys moved slowly past the hedge. They were talking excitedly to each other, but to Carly Beth, their voices seemed low and far away. She pulled herself up, stepped out from the hedge, and screamed at the top of her lungs. Even in the dim light, she could see their reactions clearly. Their eyes went wide, their mouths dropped open, their hands shot up above their heads. Steve cried out, "Ah!" Chuck grabbed the sleeve of Steve's... Chuck grabbed the sleeve of Steve's coat. Why is that hard to say? That's like a tongue twister there. Carly screams echoed over the dark forest front lawn. The sound seemed to hover in the air. Everything moved so slowly. Carly Beth could see Chuck's eyebrows quiver. She could see his chin tremble. She could see the fear shimmer in Steve's eyes as they moved from her mask up to the head on the broomsticks. She waved the broomstick menacingly. Steve uttered a frightened whimper. Chuck gaped at Carly, his frightened eyes locked on hers. Carly Beth, is that you? He managed to finally choke out. Carly Beth uttered an animal growl, but didn't reply. Who are you? Steve demanded, his voice trembling. It's
It's Carly Beth, I think, Chuck told him. Is it you in there, Carly Beth?
Steve let out a tense sigh.
You scared us. Carly Beth, is that you?
Chuck demanded again. Carly Beth waved the broomstick and pointed up to the head. That's Carly Beth's head, she told them. Her voice was a very deep, throaty rasp.
Huh?
Both boys gazed up at it uncertainly. That's Carly Beth's head, she repeated slowly, waving it toward them. The painted eyes of the sculpture face appeared to glare down at them. Poor Carly Beth didn't want to give up her head tonight, but I took it anyway. Both boys stared up at the head. Chuck continued to grip Steve's coat sleeve. Steve uttered another tense laugh. He stared at Carly Beth, his expression confused. You're Carly Beth, right? How are you making that weird voice? That's your friend, Carly Beth, she growled, pointing up the head on the broomstick. That's all that's left of her. Chuck swallowed hard. His eyes were trained on the bobbing head. Steve stared intently at Carly Beth's mask. Hand over your candy, Carly Beth snarled, surprised by the vicious tone in her voice. Huh? Steve cried. Hand it over now, or I'll put your heads on the stick. Both boys laughed shrill giggles. I'm not joking, Carly Beth roared. Her angry words cut their laughter short.
Carly Beth, give us a break,
Chuck muttered uncertainly. His eyes still narrowed. Oh my goodness. His eyes still narrowed in fear.
Yeah, really,
Steve said softly. Hand over your bags, Carly Beth insisted coldly, or your heads will adorn my stick. She lowered the broomstick towards them menacingly. As she lowered it, all three of them stared up at the dark-eyed face. All three of them studied the frozen face, the face that looked so real, that looked so much like Carly Beth's Caldwell. A sudden breeze swirled around them, making the head bob on the stick, and then all three of them saw the eyes blink. Once, twice, the brown eyes blinked. The lips on the head parted, making a dry scraping sound. Frozen in horror, Carly Beth stared up at the face along with the two boys, and all three of them saw the lips move and heard the dry crackling sound. All three of them saw the dark lips squeeze together and then part. All three of them saw the bobbing head form the silent words, "Help me! Help me!"
Oh no! What's happening?
In her horror, Carly Beth let go of the broomstick. It hit the ground beside Chuck. The head rolled under the hedge.
It talked!
Steve cried. Chuck uttered a low whimper. Without another word, both boys dropped their candy bags and took off, their sneakers thudding loudly on the sidewalk. The wind swirled around Carly Beth as if holding her in place. She felt like tossing her head and back and howling. She felt like tearing off her coat and flying through the night. She felt like climbing a tree, leaping onto a roof, roaring up at the starless black sky. She felt like returning to Monkey. She stood frozen for a long moment, letting the wind sweep around her. The boys were gone. They had fled in terror. Terror! Carly Beth had succeeded. She had scared them nearly to death. She knew she'd never forget the horrified looks on their faces, the fear and disbelief that glowed in their dark eyes. And she would never forget her feeling of triumph, the thrilling sweetness of revenge. For a brief moment she realized she had felt the fear too. She had imagined that the head on the stick had come to life, had blinked its eyes, and had spoken silently to them. For a brief moment she had caught the fear. She had fallen under the spell of her own trickery. But of course, the head hadn't come alive. She had assured herself now. Of course the lips hadn't moved, hadn't made that silent plea, "Help me, help me." It had been the shadows, she knew. Shadows cast by the light of the moon, floating out from behind the shifting black clouds. Where was the head? Where was the broomstick she had dropped? It didn't matter now. They were no longer of any use to her. Carly Beth had won her victory. And now she was running wildly over the front yards, jumping over shrubs and hedges, flying over the dark, hard ground. She was running blindly, the houses whirring past her on both sides. The blistering wind swirled, and she swirled with it, rising over the sidewalks, rushing through the tall winds, blowing at the wind like a helpless leaf. Holding her bulging candy bag, she ran past startled trick-or-treaters, past glowing pumpkins, past rattling skeletons. She ran until her breath gave out. She stopped, panting loudly, and shut her eyes, waiting for her heart to stop pounding, for the blood to stop pulsing to her temples, and a hand grabbed her shoulder roughly from behind. Water break. I'm back. Ugh, this is a lot of work reading this whole thing. I hope you guys appreciate it. Okay, let's see here. Startled, Carly shrieked and spun around. Sabrina! She cried breathlessly. Grinning, Sabrina let go of her shoulder. I've been looking for you for hours, Sabrina scolded. Where did you go? I guess I got lost, Carly Beth replied, still struggling to catch her breath. 1 minute you were there, the next minute you disappeared, Sabrina said, adjusting her mask over her dark hair. How'd you do? Carly Beth asked, trying to speak in her normal voice. Oh, she's trying to speak? Wait, does she switch between the two voices? They're not illustrating this very well, so I didn't know if I should be switching. I ripped my cat suit, Sabrina complained, frowning. She pulled at the lycra material on one leg to show Carly Beth. Snagged it on a stupid mailbox. Bad news, Carly Beth sympathized. Did you scare anyone with that mask? Sabrina demanded, still fingering the tear in the catsuit leg. Yeah, a few kids, Carly Beth replied casually. It's really gross, Sabrina said. That's why I picked it. They both laughed. Did you get lots of candy? Sabrina asked. She picked up Carly Beth's bag and looked inside. Wow, what a haul! I hit a lot of houses, Carly Beth said. Let's go back to my house and check out all the loot, Sabrina suggested. Yeah, okay. Carly Beth followed her friend across the street. Unless you want to trick-or-treat some more, Sabrina offered, stopping in the middle of the street. No, I've done enough, Carly Beth said. She laughed to herself. I did everything I wanted to do tonight. They started walking again. They were walking against the wind, but Carly Beth didn't feel at all chilled. Two girls in frilly dresses, their faces brightly made up, funny blonde mop-like wigs on their heads, ran by. One of them slowed when she caught sight of Carly Beth's mask. She uttered a soft gasp, then hurried to her friend. Did you see Steve and Chuck? Sabrina asked. I searched everywhere for them, she groaned. That's all I did tonight. I spent the whole night looking for everybody. You, Steve, and Chuck. How come we never got together? Carly Beth shrugged. I saw them, she said to her friend. A few minutes ago. Back there, she motioned with her head. They're such scaredy cats. Huh? Steve and Chuck? Sabrina's expression turned to surprise. Yeah, they got one look at my mask and they took off, Carly Beth told her, laughing. They were screaming like babies. Sabrina joined in on the laughter. I don't believe it, she exclaimed. They always act so tough and... I called after them, but they just kept running, Carly Beth told her, grinning. Weird, Carly Beth declared. Sabrina declared. Yeah, weird, Carly Beth agreed. Did they know it was you? Sabrina asked. Carly shrugged. I don't know. They took one look at me and they ran like rabbits. They told me they planned to scare you, Sabrina revealed. They were going to sneak up behind you and make scary noises or something. Carly Beth snickered. It's hard to sneak up behind someone when you were running for your life. Sabrina's house now came into view. Carly Beth shifted the candy bag to her other hand. I've got some good stuff, Sabrina said, peering into her bag as she walked. I had to get it a lot. I have to share it with my cousin. She has the flu and couldn't go trick-or-treating tonight. I'm not sharing any of mine, Carly Beth said. Noah went out of with his pals. He'll probably come home with a year's supply. Miss Connolly gave cookies and popcorn again this year, Sabrina said, sighing. I'll just have to throw it out. Mom won't let me eat anything that isn't wrapped. She's afraid some ghoul will put poison in it. I had to throw out a lot of good stuff last year. Hey, that's a safe practice. Don't eat anything that's not wrapped. Good practice. Sabrina knocked on the front door. A few seconds later, her mother opened it and the girls entered. That's some mask, Carly Beth, she said, studying it. How'd you girls do? Okay, I think, Sabrina replied. Well, just remember, I know, Mom, Sabrina interrupted impatiently. Throw out everything that isn't wrapped, even the fruit. As soon as Miss Mason had gone back into the den, the two girls turned over their bags and dumped all the candy out into the living room rug. "Hey, look, a big Milky Way," Sabrina declared, pulling it out of the pile. "My favorite." "I hate these," Carly Beth said, holding up an enormous blue jawbreaker. "The last time I tried sucking on one of these, I cut my tongue to pieces." She tossed it into Sabrina's pile. "Thanks a bunch," Sabrina said sarcastically. She tugged off her mask and dropped it to the carpet. Her face was flushed. She shook out her black hair. "There, that feels better. Wow, that mask was hot." She raised her eyes to Carly Beth. "Don't you ever want to take off your mask? You must be boiling inside it." "Yeah, good idea." Carly Beth had actually forgotten she was wearing a mask. She reached up with both hands and tugged at the ears. Ouch! The mask didn't budge. She pulled it by the top of the head. Then she tried stretching it out and tugging it from the cheeks. Ouch! "What's wrong?" Sabrina asked, concentrating on sorting her candy into piles. Carly Beth didn't reply. She tried prying the mask off at the neck. Then she tugged it up by the ears again. "Carly Beth, what's wrong?" she asked, looking up at her from her candy. "Help me!" Carly Beth pleaded with a shrill, frightened voice. "Help me!" Carly Beth pleaded with a shrill, frightened voice. "Please help me! The mask, it won't come off!" On her knees on the carpet, Sabrina glanced up from her piles of candy bars. "Carly Beth, stop clowning around!" "I'm not!" Carly Beth insisted, her voice shrill with panic. "Aren't you tired of scaring people tonight?" Sabrina demanded. She picked up a clear plastic bag of candy corn. "Wonder if Mom will let me keep this. It's wrapped." "I'm not trying to scare you. I'm serious," Carly Beth cried. She tugged at the ears on the mask and couldn't get a good grip. Sabrina tossed down the bag of candy corn and climbed to her feet. "You really can't get this mask off?" Carly Beth pulled hard on the chin. "Ouch!" she cried in a panic. It's stuck to my skin or something. Help me!" Sabrina laughed. "We're going to look pretty stupid if we have to call the fire department to get you out of your mask." Carly Beth didn't find it funny. She gripped the top of the mask with both hands and pulled with all her strength. The mask didn't budge. Sabrina's grin faded. She stepped over to her friend. "You're not goofing, are you? It's really stuck." Carly Beth nodded. "Well, come on," she urged impatiently. "Help me pull it off." Sabrina grabbed the mask top. "It's so warm," she exclaimed. "You must be suffocating in there." "Just pull," Carly Beth wailed. Sabrina pulled. "Ouch, not so hard," Carly Beth cried. "It really hurts." Sabrina pulled more gently, but then the mask didn't bulge. She lowered her hands over the cheeks and pulled. "Ouch," Carly Beth shrieked. "It's really stuck to my face." "What's this thing made out of?" Sabrina asked, staring intently at the mask. "It doesn't feel like rubber. It feels like skin." "I don't know what it's made of, and I don't care," Carly Beth grumbled. "I just want it off. Maybe we should cut it off, with scissors." "And wreck the mask?" Sabrina asked. "I don't care," Carly Beth exclaimed, tugging furiously. "I really don't. I just want out. If I don't get this thing off me, I'm going to freak out. I'm serious." Sabrina put a calming hand on her friend's shoulder. Okay. One more, and then we'll try to cut it off." She narrowed her eyes as she examined the mask. "I should be able to reach underneath it and pull it away," she said, thinking out loud. "If I slip my hands up through the mask, I can stretch it out and then push it up." "Well, go ahead, just hurry," Carly Beth pleaded. But Sabrina didn't move. Her dark eyes grew wide and her mouth dropped open as she studied the mask. She uttered a soft gasp of surprise. "Sabrina, what's the matter?" Carly Beth demanded. Sabrina didn't reply. Instead, she ran her fingers over Carly Beth's throat. Her astonished expression remained frozen in her face. She moved behind Carly Beth and ran her fingers along the back of Carly Beth's neck. "What is it? What's the matter?" Carly Beth demanded shrilly. Sabrina ran her hand back through her black hair, her forehead wrinkled in concentration. "Carly Beth," she said finally, "there's something very weird going on here." What are you talking about?" Carly Beth demanded. "There's no bottom to the mask." "Huh?" Carly Beth's hands shot up to her neck. She felt around frantically. "What do you mean?" "There's no line," Sabrina told her in a trembling voice. "There's no line between the mask and your skin. No place to slip my hand in." "But that's crazy," Carly Beth cried. She moved her hands to her throat, pushing up the skin, feeling the skin on the mask. "That's crazy, just crazy." Sabrina raised her hands to her face, her features tight with horror. "That's crazy, Carly Beth repeated in a high-pitched, frightened voice. But as her trembling fingers desperately explored her neck, Carly Beth realized that her friend was right. There was no longer a bottom to the mask. No place where the mask ended. No opening between the mask and Carly Beth's skin. The mask had become her face! Oh my god! No! Carly Beth's legs trembled as she made her way to the mirror in the front entryway. Her hands still frantically searched her throat as she stepped out up into the large rectangular mirror and brought her face close to the glass. No line, she cried. No mask line! Sabrina stood a few feet back, her expression troubled. I don't understand it, she muttered, staring at Carly Beth's reflection. Carly Beth uttered a sharp gasp. Those aren't my eyes, she screamed. Huh? Sabrina stepped up beside her, still staring in the mirror. Those aren't my eyes! Carly Beth wailed. My eyes don't look like that! Try to calm down, Sabrina urged softly. Your eyes! They're not mine! Not mine! Carly Beth cried, ignoring her friend's plea for calm. Where are my eyes? Where am I? Where am I, Sabrina? This isn't me in here! Carly Beth, please calm down, Sabrina urged, but her voice came out choked and frightened. It isn't me, Carly Beth declared, gaping in one open-mouthed horror at her reflection, her hands pressed tightly against the grotesque, wrinkled cheeks of the mask. It isn't me! Sabrina reached out to her friend, but Carly Beth pulled away. With a high-pitched wail, a cry of horror and despair, she flung herself through the hallway. She pulled open the front door, struggling with the lock, sobbing loudly. Carly Beth, stop! Come back! Ignoring Sabrina's pleas, Carly Beth plunged back into the darkness. The storm door slammed behind her. As she began to run, she could hear Sabrina's frantic cries from the doorway. Carly Beth, your coat! Come back! You forgot your coat! Carly Beth's sneakers thudded over the hard ground. She ran into the darkness beneath the trees, as if trying to hide, as if trying to keep her hideous face from view. She reached the sidewalk, turned right, and kept running. She had no idea where she was going. She only knew had to run away from Sabrina, away from the mirror. She wanted to run away from herself, away from her face, the hideous face that had stared back at her in the mirror with those tight, frightening, unfamiliar eyes. Someone else's eyes in her head. Only it was no longer her head, it was an ugly green monster head that had attached itself to hers. Uttering another cry of panic, Carly Beth crossed the street and kept running. The dark trees, black against the starless sky, swayed and shivered overhead. The houses whirred past, a blur of orange light from the windows. Into the darkness she ran, breathing noisily through the ugly flat noise. Nose. She lowered her smooth green head against the wind and stared at the ground as she ran. But no matter where she turned her gaze, she saw the mask. I gotta get the blublas out again. Hold on. Okay. But no matter where she turned her gaze, she saw the mask. She saw the face staring back at her, the ugly, puckered skin, the glowing orange eyes, and the rows of jagged animal teeth. My face! My face! High-pitched screams startled her from her thoughts. Carly glanced up to see that she had run into a group of trick-or-treaters. There were 6 or 7 of them, all turned towards her, screaming and pointing. She opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and growled at them, a deep animal growl. The growl made them grow silent. They stared at her, trying to decide if she was threatening them or only kidding. What are you supposed to be? A girl in a red and white ruffled clown costume called her. I'm supposed to be me, but I'm not, Carly Beth thought bitterly. She ignored the question, lowering her head, turning away from them. She started to run again. She could hear them laughing now. They were laughing in relief, she knew, glad she was leaving them. With a bitter sob, she turned the corner and kept running. Where am I going? What am I doing? Am I going to keep running forever? The question soared through her mind. She stopped short when the party store came into view. Of course, she thought, the party store. The strange man with the cape. He'll help me. He'll know what to do. The man in the cape will know how to get this mask off. Feeling a surge of hope, Carly Beth jogged toward the store, but as she neared it, her hope dimmed as dark as the store window. Through the glass she could see all the lights were out. The store was as dark as the night. It was closed. Oh no, what's she gonna do? As she stared into the darkened store, a wave of despair swept over Carly Beth. Her hands raised against the window, she pressed her head against the glass. It felt cool against her forehead. The mask's hot forehead. She closed her eyes. What do I do now? What am I going to do? It's all a bad dream, she murmured out loud. A bad dream. I'm going to open my eyes now and wake up. She opened her eyes. She could see her eyes, her glowing orange eyes reflected in the dark window glass. She could see her grotesque face staring darkly back at her. No! With a shudder that shook her entire body, Carly Beth slammed her fist against the window. Why didn't I wear my mother's duck costume? She asked herself angrily. Why was I so determined to be the scariest creature that ever roamed on Halloween? Why was I so determined to terrify Chuck and Steve? She swallowed hard. Now I'm going to scare people for the rest of my life. As the bitter thoughts rolled through her mind, Carly Beth suddenly became aware of the moment inside the store. She saw a dark shadow roll over the floor. She heard footsteps. The door rattled and then opened a few inches. The store owner poked his head out. His eyes narrowed as they studied Carly Beth. I stayed late, he said quietly. I expect to see you again. Carly Beth was startled by his calmness. I can't get it off, she sputtered. She tugged at the top of her head to demonstrate. I know, the man said. His expression didn't change. Come inside, he said. He pushed the door the rest of the way and stepped back. Carly Beth hesitated, then walked quietly into the dark store. It was very warm inside. The owner turned on a single light above the front counter. He was no longer wearing the cape, Carly Beth saw. He wore black suit pants and a white dress shirt. You knew I'd come back? Carly Beth demanded shrilly. The raspy voice she had acquired inside the mask revealed both anger and confusion. How did you know? I didn't want to sell it to you, he replied, staring at the mask. He shook his head, frowning. You remember, don't you? You remember that I didn't want to sell it to you? I remember, Carly Beth replied impatiently. Just help me take it off, okay? Help me. He stared hard at her and he didn't reply. Help me take it off, Carly Beth insisted, shouting. I want you to take it off, he sighed. I can't, he told her sadly. I can't take it off. I'm really sorry. What do you mean? Carly Beth stammered. The store owner didn't reply. He turned toward the back of the store and motioned for her to follow him. Answer me! Carly Beth shrieked. Don't walk away! Answer me! What do you mean the mask can't be taken off? She followed him to the back room, her heart pounding. He clicked on the light. Carly Beth blinked in the sudden brightness. The two long shelves of hideous masks came into focus. She saw a bare spot on the shelf where hers had stood. The grotesque masks all seemed to stare at her now. She forced herself to look away from them. Take this mask off now, she demanded, moving to block the stoner's path. I can't remove it, he repeated softly, almost sadly. Why not? Carly Beth demanded. He lowered his voice. Because it isn't a mask. Carly Beth gaped at him. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. It isn't a mask, he told her. It's a real face. Carly Beth suddenly felt dizzy. The floor tilted. The rows of ugly faces glared at her. All of the bulging, bloodshot yellow and green eyes seemed to be trained on her. She pressed her back against the wall and tried to steady herself. The store owner walked over to the display shelf and gestured to the ugly, staring heads. The unloved, he said sadly, his voice lowered to a whisper. Oh, hold on. I don't understand, Carly Beth managed to choke out. These are not masks. These are faces, he explained. Real faces. I made them. I created them in my lab. Real faces. But they're so ugly, Carly Beth started. Why? They weren't ugly in the beginning, he interrupted, his voice bitter, his eyes angry. They were beautiful. And they were alive, but something went wrong. When they were taken out of the lab, they changed. My experiments, my poor heads, were a failure, but I had to keep them alive. I had to. I don't believe it, Carly Beth exclaimed breathlessly, raising her hands to the sides of her face, her green distorted face. I don't believe any of it. I am telling the truth, the store owner continued, running a finger over one side of his narrow mustache, his eyes burning into Carly Beth's. I keep them here. I call them the unloved because no one will ever want to see them. Occasionally someone wanders into the back room, you for example, and one of my faces finds a new home. No! Carly Beth uttered a cry of protest, more an animal wail than a human cry. She stared at the gnarled, twisted faces on the shelves, the bulging heads, the open wounds, the animal fangs. Monsters. All monsters. Take this off! She screamed, losing control. Take this off! Take this off! She began tearing frantically at her face, trying to pull it off, trying to rip it off in pieces. Take it off! Take it off! He raised a hand to her. I'm sorry, the face is your face now, he said without expression. No! Carly Beth shrieked again in her new raspy voice. Take it off! Take it off! No! She tore at the face, but even in her anger and panic, she knew her actions were useless. The face can be removed, the store owner told her, speaking softly. Huh? Carly Beth lowered her hands. She stared hard at him. What did you say? I said there is one way the face can be removed. Yes? Carly Beth felt a powerful chill run down her back, a chill of hope. Yes, tell me. How? Tell me, she pleaded. Please tell me. I cannot do it for you, he replied, frowning, but I can tell you how. However, if it ever again attaches itself to you or another person, it will be forever. How do I get it off? Tell me, Carly begged. How do I get it off? I bet she's gonna have to go find her fake head and put it on somehow. I'm guessing that's what she's gonna have to do. The one that her mom made for her. I'm guessing that's what she's gonna have to do to get out of this. I've never read this book before, so you guys let me know. Actually, don't spoil it for me. Don't spoil it for me. The light flickered overhead. The rows of bloated, distorted faces continued to stare at Carly Beth. Monsters, she thought. It's a room full of monsters waiting to come alive, and now I'm one of them. Now I'm a monster too. The floorboards creaked as the store owner moved away from the display shelves and came closer to Carly Beth. How do I get this off of me? She pleaded. Tell me. Show me now. It can only be removed once, he repeated softly, and it can only be removed by a symbol of love. She stared at him, waiting for him to continue. The silence filled the room, heavy silence. I don't understand, Carly Beth stammered finally. You've got to help me. I don't understand you. Tell me something that makes sense. Help me. I can say no more, he said, lowering his head, shutting his eyes, and warily rubbing his eyelids with his fingers. But what do you mean by a symbol of love? Carly demanded. She grabbed the front of his shirt with both hands. What do you mean? What do you mean? He made no attempt to remove her hands. I can say no more, he repeated in a whisper. No, she shouted. No, you have to tell me. You have to. She could feel her rage explode. She could feel herself burst out of control, but she couldn't stop herself. I want my face back, she shrieked, pounding on his chest with both fists. I want my face back. I want myself back. She was screaming at the top of her lungs now, but she didn't care. The store owner backed away, motioning with both hands for her to be quiet. Then suddenly, his eyes opened in wide in fear. Carly Beth followed his gaze to the display shelves. Oh! She uttered a startled cry of horror as she saw the rows of faces all begin to move. Bulging eyes blinked, swollen tongues licked at dry lips, dark wounds began to pulsate. The heads were all bobbing, blinking, breathing. What is happening? Carly Beth cried in a trembling whisper. Oh wait, that's a whisper. Wait, what is happening? You've awakened them all, he cried, his expression as frightened as hers. But... Run! He screamed, giving her a hard shove out the doorway. Run! Carly Beth hesitated. She turned back to stare at the heads bobbing on the shelves. Fat, dark lips began to move, making wet sucking sounds. Crooked fangs clicked up and down. Ugly, inhumane noses twitched and gasped air noisily. The heads, 2 long rows of them, throbbed to life, and the eyes, the blood-veined, bulging eyes, the green eyes, the sickly yellow eyes, the bright scarlet eyes, the disgusting eyeballs, hanging by threads, were all on her! Run! You've awakened them! The stone owner screamed, his voice choked with fear. Run! Get away from here! Carly Beth wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. Her knees felt wobbly and weak. She suddenly felt as if she weighed 1,000 pounds. Run! Run! The store owner repeated his frantic cry. This music's not appropriate. But she couldn't take her eyes off the throbbing, twitching heads. Carly Beth gaped at the hideous scene, frozen in terror, feeling her legs turn to jello, feeling her breath catch in her throat. And as she watched, the heads rose up and floated in the air. "Run, hurry, run!" The store owner's voice seemed far away now. The heads began to jabber in rumbling deep voices, drowning out his frantic cries. They murmured excitedly, making only sounds, no words, like a chorus of frogs. Up, up they floated as Carly Beth stared in silent horror. "Run! Run!" She turned. She forced her legs to move, and with a burst of energy, she began to run. She ran through the dimly lit front room of the store. Her hands grabbed for the doorknob, and she pulled open the door. A second later, she was on the sidewalk, running through the darkness. Her sneakers thudded loudly on the pavement. She felt a shock of cold air against her hot face. Her hot green face, her monster face, the monster face she could not remove. She crossed the street and kept running. What was that sound? That deep, gurgling sound. That loud murmur that seemed to be following her. Following her? "Oh no!" Carly Beth cried as she glanced back and she saw the gruesome heads flying after her. A ghoulish parade. They flew in a single file, one long chain of throbbing, jabbering heads. Their eyes glowed brightly, as bright as the car headlights, and they were all trained on Carly Beth. Choked with fear, Carly Beth stumbled over the curve. Her arms shot forward as she struggled to regain her balance. Her legs wanted to collapse, but she forced them to move again. Bent into the wind, she ran, past dark houses and empty lots. It must be late. It must be late, she realized. It must be very late. Too late. The words flashed into her mind. Too late for me. The hideous glowing heads flew after her, getting closer, closer. The rumbling of their animal murmurs grew louder in her ears until the frightening sound seemed to surround her. The wind roared, gusting hard, as if deliberately pushing her back. The murmuring heads floated closer. "I'm running through a dark nightmare," she thought. "I may run forever. Too late for me." Or was it? An idea formed its way through her nightmarish panic. As she ran, her arms thrashing the air in front of her, as if reaching for safety, her mind struggled for a solution, an escape, a symbol of love. She heard the store owner's words over the rumble of ugly voices behind her. A symbol of love. That's what it would take for her to get rid of the monster head that had become her own. Would it also stop the throbbing, glowing heads that pursued her? Would it send the faces of the unloved back to where they came from? Gasping loudly for breath, Carly Beth took the corner and kept running. Glancing back, she could see her chattering pursuers turn too. "Where am I?" she wondered, turning her eyes to the houses as she was passing. She had been too frightened to care about where she had ran, but now Carly Beth had an idea, a desperate idea. And she had to get there before the gruesome parade of heads caught up to her. She had a symbol of love. It was her head, the plaster of Paris that her mother had sculpted for her. Called it. Carly Beth remembered asking her mother why she had sculpted it. Her mother had replied, "Because I love you." Maybe it could save her. Maybe it could help her out of this nightmare. But where was it? She had tossed it aside. She had let it fall behind the hedge. She had left it in someone's yard and now she was back on that block. She recognized the street. She recognized the houses. This was where she had met up with Chuck and Steve. This is where she had sent them running in terror. But where was the house? Where was the hedge? Her eyes darted frantically from yard to yard behind her. She saw the heads had swarmed together like buzzing bees. They had bunched together, grinning now, grinning hideous, wet grins as they prepared to close in on her. "I've got to find the head," Carly Beth told herself, struggling to breathe, struggling to keep her aching legs moving. "I've got to find my head." The rumbling, jabbering voices grew louder. The head swarmed closer. Where? She screamed aloud. And then she saw the tall hedge across the street, the yard across the street. The head, the beautiful head. She had let it fall in behind the hedge. Yes, she could get to it before the ugly head swarmed around her. Yes! Sucking in a deep breath of air, her arms reached out desperately in front of her. She turned and ran across the street and dove behind the hedge, onto her hands and knees, her chest heaving, her breath rasping, her head pounding. She reached the head. It was gone. The head's gone! Oh no! Oh snap! Gone! The head was gone! My last chance, Carly Beth thought, searching blindly, her hand thrashing frantically through the bottom of the hedge. Gone! Too late for me! Still on her knees, she turned to face her ghoulish pursuers. The heads, jabbering their mindless sounds, rose up in front of her, forming a wall. Carly Beth started to her feet. The throbbing wall of monster heads inched closer. She turned, searching for an escape route, and saw it. Saw her head! Saw the plaster of Paris head staring up at her from between the two upraised roots on a big tree near the driveway. The wind must have blown it there, she realized. And as the ugly heads bobbed closer, she dove for the tree and grabbed the head with both hands. With a cry of triumph, she turned the sculpted face towards the jabbering heads and raised it high. Go away! Go away! Carly Beth screamed, holding the head up so they could all see it. This is a symbol of love! This is a symbol of love! Go away! The heads bobbed together. The glowing eyes stared at the sculpted head. They murmured excitedly. Wet smiles formed on their distorted lips. Go away! Go away! Carly Beth heard them laugh, low, scornful laughter. They moved quickly, surrounding her, eager to swallow her up. Uh-oh. Too late for me. The words repeated in Carly Beth's mind. Her idea had failed. The heads swarmed around her, drooled over her, eyes bulging gleefully in triumph. Their rumbling murmurs became a roar. She felt herself being swallowed up by their foul-smelling heat. Without thinking, she lowered the sculpted head and pulled it down hard over her own hideous monster head. To her surprise, it slid over her like a mask. I'm wearing my own face like a mask, she thought bitterly. As she pulled it over, darkness descended. There were no eye holes. She couldn't see out. She couldn't hear. What will the gruesome heads do to me? She wondered, alone in her fear. Will I become the unloved now? Will I end up on display on a shelf along with them? Surrounded by the tight, still darkness, Carly Beth waited and waited. She could feel the blood pulsing at her temples. She could feel the throb of fear in her chest, the ache of her dry throat. What are they going to do? What are they doing? She couldn't bear being alone, shut in with her fear, surrounded by silence and dark. With a hard tug, she pulled off the sculpted head. The gruesome heads were gone, vanished. Carly Beth stared straight ahead in disbelief. Then her eyes darted around the shadowy lawn. She searched the trees and shrubs. She squinted into the dark spaces between the houses. Gone. They were gone. For a long moment, Carly Beth sat in the cold, wet grass, the sculpted head in her lap, breathing hard, staring across the silent, empty front yards. Soon her breathing returned to normal. She climbed to her feet. The wind had gentled. The pale half-moon slipped out from behind the dark clouds that had covered it. Carly Beth felt something flap against her own throat. Startled, she reached up and felt the bottom of the mask. The bottom of the mask? Yes! There was a gap between the mask and her neck. Hey! She cried aloud, setting the sculpted head down gently at her feet. She raised both hands and the bottom of the mask and pulled up. The mask came off easily. Stunned, she lowered it and held it in front of her. She folded it up, then unfolded it. The orange eyes had glowed like fire had faded. The pointed animal fangs had become rubbery and limp. You're just a mask, she cried aloud. Just a mask again! Laughing gleefully, she tossed it up in the air and caught it. Ha ha ha! It can only be removed once, the store owner had told her. Only once by a symbol of love. Well, I've done it, Carly Beth told herself happily. I've removed it, and don't worry, I'll never put it on again. Never! She suddenly felt exhausted. I've got to get home, she told herself. It's probably close to midnight. Most of the houses were dark. There were no cars moving on the streets. The trick-or-treaters had all gone home. Carly Beth bent to pick up the sculpted head. Then, carrying the mask and the plaster head, she began walking quickly toward her house. Halfway up the driveway, she stopped. She reached up and examined her face with one hand. Do I have my old face back? She wondered. Then she rubbed her cheeks, then ran her fingers over her nose. Is it my old face? Do I look like me? She couldn't tell just by touching. I've got to get to a mirror, she exclaimed out loud. Desperate to see if her face had returned to normal, she ran up to her front door and rang the bell. After a few seconds, the door swung open and Noah appeared. He pushed open the storm door. Then he raised his eyes to her face and started to scream.
Take off that mask! Take it off! You're so ugly! No! Carly Beth cried in horror. The mask must have changed her face, she realized. Oh no! She pushed her past her brother, tossed down the head and the mask, and ran to the hallway mirror. Her face stared back at her. Perfectly normal. Her old face. Her good old face. Her dark brown eyes, her broad forehead, her snip of her nose, which she had always wished was longer. I'll never complain about my nose again, she thought happily. Her face was normal again. All normal. As she stared at herself, she could hear Noah laughing at the doorway. She spun around angrily. Noah, how could you? He laughed harder. It was just a joke. I can't believe you fell for it. It was no joke to me, Carly Beth exclaimed angrily. Her mother appeared at the end of the hall. Carly Beth, where have you been? I expected you back an hour ago. Sorry, Mom, Carly Beth replied, grinning. I'm so happy I may never stop grinning, she thought. It's sort of a long story, she told her mother. Sort of a long, weird story. But you're okay? Miss Caldwell's eyes narrowed as she studied her daughter. Yeah, I'm okay, Carly Beth said. Come into the kitchen, Miss Caldwell instructed her. I have some nice hot cider for you. Carly Beth obediently followed her mother to the kitchen. The kitchen was warm and bright, and the sweet cider aroma filled the room. Carly Beth had never been so glad to be home in all her life. She hugged her mother, then took a seat at the counter. Why didn't you wear your duck costume? Miss Caldwell asked, pouring out a cup of steaming cider. Where have you been? Why weren't you with Sabrina? Sabrina has called twice already, wondering what happened to you. Well, Carly Beth began, it's sort of a long story, Mom. I'm not going anywhere, her mother said, setting up the cup of cider in front of Carly Beth. She leaned against the counter, resting her chin on her one hand. Go ahead, talk. Well, Carly Beth hesitated. Everything is fine now, Mom. Perfectly fine, but... Before she could say another word, Noah burst into the room. Hey, Carly Beth, he called in deep, raspy voice. Look at me. How do I look in your mask? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, he put the mask on. It's not going to come off. No, little Noah. No. I should have destroyed it. No. That's the end of the book, guys. And that's going to be it for the stream, actually, too. But, yeah, thank you all so much for coming out tonight to, hang out with me and read some spooky Goosebumps stories. Goosebumps. I hope you guys had fun. I had a lot of fun reading through these. I might have to do this again next year, if you guys want. Maybe we'll do it again next year. Won't that be fun? But yeah, I hope you guys are having a nice and happy, safe, happy Halloween. We're gonna go do our thank yous, and then we're gonna find somebody to raid. Okay, guys? Okay. Do-do-do. Okay. All right. So, thank you guys so much for coming in. Thank you, Jimbo and MatterX, for being my mods today. Let's see here. We have a couple new follows. I'm trying to remember who they were. Let's see. Thank you, Zeppelin. Thank you, Erica, for the new follows as well. We're going to find somebody to raid real quick here, so don't go anywhere yet, guys. Don't go anywhere yet. Let's see here. Who are we going to raid? Oh, looks like Vapor's still streaming. Let's raid Vapor. Vapor's doing a No Mercy run right now on Undertale. Vapor's a good friend of the stream. They and Tommy are really good friends of mine. They're a shapeshifter cat. They're really cool. But let's see here. We're gonna raid Vapor Bobble. And when you get in there, make sure to use the raid message, which as always is Trash Panda Army Raid. And if you're a subscriber, you can use the raid emote by copying and pasting this one right here, the Trash Panda Army Raid with the Lady Pig 7 raid thing. But yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. On Wednesday, I think I'm playing more Pokemon. I think I'm either playing Pokemon or Phoenix Wright on. Oh, it's Pokemon. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing some more Pokemon Platinum on Wednesday, and also hopefully premiering my new cold weather outfit. So I hope you guys will come in on Wednesday. But yeah, have a nice, safe, and happy Halloween, and take care. Bye bye.